There are only 2 more days in the mountains, so that's 2 more opportunities for the climbers to improve their position in the overall standings. And while Chris Froome looks comfortable at the head of the race, the next 5 riders queuing up behind him for a spot on the podium are separated by just 68 seconds. Stage 19, and it's at a mountaintop finish. It starts in Elba 1992, and it heads to Saint-Gervais Mont Blanc at the foot of the giant of Europe, and it is a day stacked full of climbing. More than 4,000 metres of altitude gain, 4 categorised climbs, and 1 they get for free. Just 146 kilometres, and it should be on from the start. This is Albertville hosting the stage start today as the peloton await the gun to go to get them rolling, then through the neutral zone, and then the racing will really get started. From the 198 riders that started this year's race, we're now down to 177. Hello and welcome to the coverage, stage 19 of the Tour de France. Matthew Keenan with you, and I'm joined by Robbie McEwen. And Robbie, this is a day where the yellow jersey just has to defend that the others have still got so much at stake.
Matt, that's right. Froome just has to defend, but from 2nd through to 6th place at the moment, so little time separates all those riders, and it's time to start putting it all out there. Put it on the line finally, because they need to shuffle things up. It's today and tomorrow, and GC is locked in. They're running out of time, as well as running out of legs, some of those, I get the impression.
And one of them, Bauke Mollema from Trek Segafredo, he's one with that question mark about, are his legs running out? We saw him on the previous mountaintop finish. He just faded a little bit towards the end. So too did Nairo Quintana, but there still weren't massive gaps.
There weren't big gaps, but there were the first cracks opening on that finish to Finot-Emosson a couple of days ago. And then we also saw in the time trial, some riders flourished. Froome, Porte, Bardet, Aru. Others, Mollema, Yates, Quintana, did not perform well. That's also a sign of the way things are starting to move. There's always a trend with fatigue. It's hard to start going downhill and pull it back in a 3.5-week race. Once you start, it's a downhill slide, mostly. There's a lot of whippersnipping going on down there. Michael Matthews all the way through the grass, and I think it was Luke Rowe there on the right-hand side that said, all right, here you go, get through there, you're the last one.
Yes, taking tickets.
But on the other side at the same time, one of the Tinkoff riders trimmed the grass edge up on the footpath, and he's making his way across, turning into quite a big group now. And back in the peloton, they're trying to shut off the front of that group and say, that is now it, no more.
Rui Costa once again, the former world champion. Lawrence Tendam behind him, followed then by Tony Martin in the blue colours of edX Quickstep. It's then Pierre Rolland. Michael Matthews is on his way across. Villemos, Pantano is there. And it looked like Robert Kieselowski from Tinkoff was the last one on the line.
And Thomas De Gendt, 5 minutes at 500 watts. That should do the trick.
Let's see what happens. This is an 8-kilometre climb that they're on now. There are no points up for grabs in the King of the Mountains classification, but De Gendt is going to sort things out for that break.
Other riders there spotted Lutsenko from Astana. He's been very active. And even when he was caught the other day, did the best he could for Fabio Aru. And back here in the bunch now, Lotto Soudal on the front, Peter Sagan in the middle, Sky riders all across the front. Everyone on the front row has teammates in the break, and they're shutting things down. Good news for the sprinters left in the bunch. Good news for the guys who have made the jump, managed to get through the grass and get themselves up there, a la Michael Matthews.
Almost. Michael Matthews still trying to bridge that gap. And if you are trying to bridge the gap to Thomas De Gendt, doing what you said, 5 minutes at 500 watts. And if you're not familiar with riding at wattage, basically it means he's going really hard for 5 minutes. It's going to be a fair effort just to bridge that small gap.
And it might be better just to let Thomas De Gendt do his 5 minutes at 500 watts, then ease the tempo and then make your way across steadily. But definitely make sure you get there. We've seen chasing groups over this last week not make contact with the original break. They're out there chasing them all day, but stuck in the middle. De Gendt, a quick look over the shoulder. He sees the gap between himself, the chase group, and he wouldn't even have seen the peloton. They've sat up completely. He knows he should be able to ease off just slightly.
Try telling him that as Tony Galopin sits in 2nd position. 2 riders from Lotto Soudal in the front group. And George Bennett, as soon as we saw him at the head of the race in that neutral zone, The expectation was that he was going to get in the breakaway, and that is exactly what he has done. Froome is happy with the situation. None of his real rivals are in that breakaway. And Steve Cummings at the back of the race, he's got the call up for the Olympic Games. After he won the stage in the first week of this year's tour, a lot of the British supporters, spectators of the race, they were making the comments, why is he the reserve? Why is he not going to the Olympic Games? Well, Peter Kenyon, the former British national champion, he's struggled with form after a broken collarbone earlier in the season, and they've decided Peter's not the best man for the job. Steve Cummings is now going to get his chance at the Olympic Games.
Well, he's had quite a recent crash where he broke his collarbone again and wasn't going to have time. A little bit same situation as Simon Gerrans, although Simon broke his a good 3 weeks after Kenyok.
Bennett in the breakaway for Lotto NL Jumbo. For the Lotto Soudal team, it is Thomas de Gent and Tony Galopin that have made the move. Dimension Data represented at the front of the race with Nat Nelbuhan, one of the youngest men in the race.
At least halfway up this final climb and then hit them. Do the same as he did the other day, but I believe he does need to start a bit earlier.
Alexis Villemos in the breakaway for AG2R Le Mondial. They're firmly of the view that Romain Bardet can make the podium and stretch his way up into the top 3. In the current overall standings, Romain Bardet is in 5th position. He's 3 seconds in front of Richie Porte, and he is 41 seconds behind 2nd place, 3rd place overall. And this is the back of the group who's already feeling the pressure. I didn't think the computer was right with Sepulveda, because Sepulveda, the Argentinian on that team, has got a 5 o'clock shadow as soon as he's put the razor away.
Well, unfortunate for the Fortuneo team. Wrong man in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Still Thomas de Gent setting the tempo at the front. He's prepared to be the one that makes the breakaway work. They're already out to a 3 minute and 34 second advantage as Rafael Majka is communicating back with the team car. Surely at this point, Robbie, he can afford to say, we've got enough of a leeway, everybody else contribute.
They've definitely got enough leeway that they know this is going to be the one, and that might be in the favour of Breen, who's just been dropped. They're only about 1 kilometre or so from the top of the climb. He may be able to get himself back on over the top. Got that descent and long valley to recover before the next Category 1, so he may get the opportunity to get back on. And De Gent, at least after the top of this climb, will be looking for a bit more assistance. And even though he knows Majka's there and in his wheel, pretty sure he's still going to sprint for the mountain points along the road, because Majka's going to follow him everywhere. But none on this first climb, so nothing to worry about just yet.
But Sepulveda
from Trek Segafredo in the black and white, everybody looking up there and almost saying to themselves, what's going on here?
There's a bit of conversation, just communicating amongst themselves as to who is moving up the road. It's stealth. They've just tried to sneak under the radar. Lots of cheese produced up here as we look at the cows at the top of the hill. Cattle farming and cheese production. And Vincenzo Nibali now talking to the sports director. And they're not going full gas. At this point, Paulo Tiralongo looks pretty comfortable.
Peter Sagan's still riding on the front of the peloton, and they're spread all across the road, so they haven't really picked up the pace. They're just matching what Astana's doing, and these guys are looking around and say, well, come along, come on, this is what's going to happen. Get in the wheel.
In second position with a little bit of pink in his glasses, that's Diego Rosa. Heard a strong rumour on the rest day that he's moving from Astana to Team Sky. As if they need any more reinforcements in the mountains, Team Sky.
He'd be a good pickup, and you've already seen in this edition of the Tour, as in past editions, Team Sky are so strong, such depth in numbers, they just get the peloton in a chokehold. They set such a high tempo that the favourites don't even think about attacking while they're riding, because they're putting everybody on the limit. A guy like Wout Poels, he could be a legitimate team leader in his own right.
He has made the statement that he hopes next year he'll get the green light from Team Sky to prepare himself specifically for either the Giro d'Italia or the Volta a España, where he has earned the right, based on the way he's ridden this year, to go to one of the big three as the outright leader.
and we've seen them do that. They gave Richie Porte the go-ahead to do it in the Giro d'Italia last year. And what it also starts to give those guys is it whets their appetite for even more, and then to be a leader at the Tour de France. And that's when you see them change teams. A la Richie Porte at BMC.
And he has absolutely made the right decision. And
100%.
more movement from Astana. 2 more riders coming across. Luis Leon Sanchez, Tanel Kangert also looking to bridge the gap. Well, this is an intriguing move from the Astana team. Fabio Aru, of all the riders inside the top 10, it has really only been Astana that have tried to do something about the stranglehold that Sky have had on the race. And now we're seeing a reaction from Movistar, Peter Sagan as well, and the Lampre Merida team going across. Tiro Longo, followed then by Diego Rosa. It's Skrivko who's the next in line. This is winner Anacona from Movistar. Roman Kreuziger is also responding from the Tinkoff team. And that looks like it might be Christopher Juhl Jensen from the Orica Bike Exchange squad, who's also in here. We'll wait until we get a slightly closer look. Rodriguez is certainly there in the red colours. Kreuziger at the back of the group with the glasses comfortably changing their position.
Yep, right behind Peter Sagan. Anacona straight to the front, so not really leaving it completely up to Astana.
2 riders from Movistar in this group. Winner Anacona, the Colombian climber, now going through to the front. He has been a stage winner at the Tour of Spain, but this isn't about winner Anacona adding to his list of successes. This is a daring move.
But the whole peloton now onto the descent, because this is the back of the bunch. We know that because Steve Cummings is there. The only other shot you see of him is way off the front. So the peloton on the descent, and everything will melt back together. And that move by Astana, it wasn't so much to attack this climb and split things up. They just want to get things going. And by going up the road like that, they say, well, now it's time, you have to follow us. Everyone was a bit reluctant.
And one rider from Astana in the breakaway already, and that is Lutsenko. So just about everybody on the Astana team, with the exception of Fabio Aru, their team leader, is moving away from the peloton of the yellow jersey with Chris Froome. At least they're trying to. They're closing it down, but this is making the race heat up. One of the big attractions in the last few years at the Tour has been, in the 3rd week, the shortening of stages in the mountains. Like today, down to 146 kilometres, it makes for a lot more action. And if they just continue to roll along, well, it plays into the hands of those like Bauke Mollema, perhaps, who's a little fatigued. If they just take it easy and only race the last climb, then Mollema's got every chance to defend his 2nd place. But if they make the whole stage difficult, then he becomes more susceptible to an attack by Fabio Aru himself on that last climb. And Aru, he doesn't want top 5, he wants top 3.
I really like the way Astana are going about things over the last few days, because they know once the cracks start to appear in some of those other contenders, that's when you've got to make it even harder again to give your guy the opportunity to go on the attack. Like you said, you can't give them an easy ride through to the finish. And this is also playing right into the hands of Richie Porte.
Steve Cummings in the tuck. He likes to be Mr. Efficient. He doesn't waste a drop of energy, Steve Cummings. Arthur Vichot, the French national champion, was the rider that was just in front of him. Grivko now on the front, the big, strong Ukrainian, multiple national time trial champion. He's opening the throttle. This is going to be a fast journey now through the valley to the next climb. And all of a sudden, that breakaway group of 20 riders with an advantage of 4 minutes and 14 seconds, I thought they were going to blow out to a 10-minute lead, and we were going to see a race at the front for the stage and a race further back down the road for the placings in the overall standings. We might see it all come back together, because let's not forget, Robbie, there are time bonuses up for grabs for the stage win. 10 seconds if you win the stage. And there's only 68 seconds separating 2nd down to 6th place. So that 10 seconds could become all important.
Rui Costa there in the break with both his feet out of the pedals, just letting his legs have a bit of a dangle. Lutsenko here at the back, and he would have heard already his team Astana are driving things on the front of the peloton. But they're going from a long way out.
And he's just sitting at the back. So you don't expect to see Lutsenko contribute to that breakaway?
Not a pedal stroke in anger on the front of that bunch for Lutsenko as the whole Astana team moves to the front. Chris Froome just observing and thinking, this is good, saving my teammates.
And you saw coming to the front as well was Fabio Aru from the Astana team. He's easy to spot in the Astana squad. Different helmet onto the rest of them. He's wearing a wide helmet, which denotes him as the leader. And the speed is on so much, those gaps are appearing. They will come back together, but that's always an indication of just how hot the tempo is.
Great shot from the helicopter then, really showed you the speed of the peloton on this slightly downhill section, maybe 1% gradient downhill, but still going a good 65, 70 kilometres an hour coming off that descent.
The Astana team still taking the race on. Angel Vicioso also towards the front for Katusha, wanting to up the tempo.
Tempers can get a little frayed towards the end of the Tour de France. 3.5 weeks on the road with the same guys. And when you're fatigued, little things can get really annoying and upset you.
Look at the change in the body language now at the front. When they were going over the climb and they heard that the peloton was cruising, it was jovial. They were having a bit of a laugh, there was some conversation happening, but now, as they're on to the Valley Road, they're working turns and they're really trying to hold on to that just inside 4-minute lead that they've got.
And I said about the little things that can irk you towards the end of a grand tour like the Tour de France. The guys in this break will be thinking, what are you doing that for? We've made it into the break and you're just going to try and ruin it for us. Astana are just riding their tactic, doing their thing, which is perfectly acceptable. But you've got to put yourself in the mindset of the riders who are fatigued and have got themselves into this break and made that effort. They don't want to see it all brought undone because of one other team's plan. It might not seem logical, but nothing is when you're this tired.
And everybody's got their little prize that they're racing for. In some cases, well, the prize isn't all that small. The prize is significant. And now the conversation, Emil Monard is asking Lutsenko to contribute to the pacemaking. And number 26, Lutsenko, is saying, sorry, I've got responsibilities further back down the road. It's my team that's on the front of the peloton. If I work here, I've got to answer to Alexander Vinokurov.
I think more than asking him to work because he knows the situation, he might be saying something like, why don't you ask your team just to stop, let you go? You try and use anything you possibly can that's to your advantage.
The Roc de Voir, which stands at 853 metres with an imposing view over the valley from the top. Not the sort of images that a sprinter wants to see.
Be nice descending down into the valley. And that rock, it looks like something you might see in an extreme sports video with those guys in the flying suits.
Well, this man's been flying in the race for the King of the Mountains jersey, Rafael Majka. George Bennett, the Kiwi, sitting at the back of the group. He has been contributing, but just enough so he doesn't get spoken to by some of the more experienced men in the break.
And Lutsenko now dropping himself to the back of the group. I think George Bennett sort of saying, just stay last wheel, just stay there. But it was Moinard coming back to talk to Lutsenko that sort of forced him further up in the group. If he stays at the back, the others just concentrate on what they need to do. They'll get on a lot better. Ignore Lutsenko. He's under team orders. Forget he's even there.
But if you try and push him further up into the group, he disrupts that pattern as they roll turns at the front.
What you will get in this group at some point is guys that look for a little bit of a rest and they'll go and try and hide behind Lutsenko. Let him play gatekeeper, the one who's letting riders back in, and someone will just come back and have a bit of a rest. But at the moment, they know it's very important to keep rolling smoothly, everyone doing their work, and the gap at the moment is staying stable.
In the black colours for the Bora Argon 18 team, that's Emmanuel Bookman making his way through. He made his debut in the race last year and he finished in 3rd place on the stage through the Alps that was won by Rafael Maika, who's in the break today. And Dan Martin, the Irishman, finished in 2nd position. 1 kilometre to the intermediate sprint. There's nobody up here racing for the points classification, but just perhaps Michael Matthews will want to pick up a few points, because if he does win this sprint, that will move him from 5th place up in a 3rd place. So I'd suggest that Michael Matthews will be trying to take the 20 points on offer. Stands exactly what he's going for, as Thomas De Gendt looks like he's challenging to try and collect the points. We'd love the camera at the front as they approach the finish line. It is Michael Matthews with De Gendt racing for everything. That Michael Matthews collects the 20 points and moves from 5th place up in a 3rd place in the race for green.
Well done, Michael Matthews. Good pick up there. And not quite sure why Thomas De Gendt was adamant of getting some points.
He's in 9th position in the race for the green jersey.
Well, there you go. He can move up 2 or 3 places as well.
And that will take him now up into 6th position. So he's made some progress. So that's why he wants the points.
My excuses, Mr. De Gendt. Well done.
William Oz, he's reasonably young still, or in terms of racing in the professional peloton, because he was originally a mountain biker. But he showed that he's learning the system pretty quickly. By the way, he acknowledged Michael Matthews and what he was trying to do and said, no, you're fine, you go take those points. Now let's get rolling again.
Looking down at the peloton, Team Astana still on the front. And I'm going to question their tactic a little bit here, because the important thing is not the stage win itself. All right, the 10-second bonus if Aru was to win would be good. But I don't think they should be thinking about so much the stage win, but making the stage hard for the other GC contenders, the ones who look like they're starting to struggle. I question whether this is the place to do it on the flat. I would say they'd be better off cruising on the flat, not worrying about the break, but making it hard on every single climb, because here they're using up a lot of gas of other riders in the team. Luis Sanchez, Grivko, guys riding on the front. I thought they'd be better off making the climbs as hard as possible, making everybody make an effort there, because that is going to sap the energy of the other GC contenders. At the moment, they're just sitting in the slipstream saying, well, this is just making the stage shorter. This is good.
Well, quite obviously, Fabio Aru is very confident. 3rd place on the stage yesterday in the individual time trial. What was interesting about the time trial yesterday, that's Diego Rosa just switching the bottle over, and Fabio Aru is the rider from Astana with the white helmet on. What was interesting to note yesterday, in the top 3 in the time trial, they all had completely different setups on their bike. It was the full time trial bike for Chris Froome, it was the time trial bike without the disc wheel for Dumoulin, and it was the road bike with the clip-ons for Fabio Aru.
And for Richie Porte.
And for Richie Porte. This is the Lake of Annecy, where there's been an individual time trial here back in 2009. It was the last place where Alberto Contador has won a stage of the Tour de France. But this is one of the prettiest little villages in all of France. And that is a tough competition to get to the top of the table of.
I've got to say, Lac d'Annecy and Annecy itself is my favourite spot in France. I spent a few days there, and it's one of the very few places I've said, if I wasn't living on the Gold Coast, I think I could live here.
It's gorgeous. This is Grivko at the front for Astana. Then it is Vicioso of Katusha, followed by Sanchez. Next in line, Paulo Turalongo. He won't contribute on the Valley Road. They'll save him for the climb.
As the bunch now comes up towards an intermediate sprint, but all the points are gone, so Astana will just continue to ride through there. Talking about the TT yesterday, Matt, and you just mentioned the different bike choices for different riders, and people say, well, wouldn't the others have been better to choose the same setup as Chris Froome? The riders make the choice based on what they're most comfortable with and what's the most efficient. And you've got to look at, for guys like Chris Froome, Tom Dumoulin, when they climb, they stay in the saddle almost all the time. They're in the seat climbers. Richie Porte, Fabio Aru, they're more out of the seat, up on the pedals. It's very hard to ride that style efficiently on a time trial bike. It actually makes you go slower. So for the toughest part of the course, where you're going to it's really going to make or break your TT, win or lose you the most time. You've got to choose the bike that's the best suited to your riding style on that part, and that's why the difference in bikes.
Joaquin Rodriguez is a case in point.
Perfect.
He organised for a change of bikes. He rode the full time trial bike on the first 4 kilometres, which were relatively flat, and then he made that change. And he said against the specialist on that opening couple of kilometres, he could have lost 25 or 30 seconds. The bike change was worth it, and then he's always out of the saddle when he's climbing. There's a look at the village at the other end of Lake Annecy. It really is stunning. Easy access to all the great ski resorts of France. Lots of activities on the water throughout the summer months. Thankfully, the sun has come out and cleared things up, and we cross our fingers and hope that it stays that way. But the humidity is something to battle with.
It can change so quickly here in the mountains, Matt, and the forecast is for thundery showers throughout the day. The riders very lucky up until this point. Dry roads, clear skies, sun. But as they come towards this point, the cloud is a lot heavier around us here. Mont Blanc just over behind us, still shrouded in heavy cloud. So it could open up at any moment, at any turn in the road. They could come around the corner and get drenched.
And how dramatic was it into Andorra? That was a day where at the start of the stage, everybody was battling the heat, and they were putting stockings down their back with ice blocks in them to try and stay cool. And then at the end, they were trying to take cover from the hailstones. And one of the nicest images from that stage, as we head past another part of the fan club for Peter Sagan, one of the really nice images that day was Jalinson Pantano, who's in the breakaway today, went across the finish line holding an umbrella that he'd been given by one of the spectators. This is Marcus Burkhardt, trying to stay cool, followed by the former world champion Rui Costa, who was second on that stage up into Andorra behind Tom Dumoulin.
Now, Matt, look at that time gap now, down to 3 minutes 20. It was over 4 minutes, up to 4.5 minutes originally when Astana started to set the pace on the front. The gap stabilised at just a few seconds under 4 minutes off the descent, through the valley, through the sprint and along the lake. But now they've hit the climb, it's dropped by 30 to 35 seconds. This group is going to start to panic a little bit, I think, and the better climbers may need to attack the rest.
And the ones that are the obvious candidates are Pantano and Micah, who have attacked together a couple of times before.
But then the difficulty is there's another long valley, and it's about 18 kilometres of valley road after they get off this climb and down the descent. So almost 20 kilometres through the feed until they get to the next climb. So they'd be tempted to go, but they'll want to be able to use the rest of the group all the way through the feed zone up to about kilometre 70, 68, where they hit the category 2 of another Fauclaz, Col de Fauclaz de Cuillege. And that's where they can think about offloading them, and certainly on the Monte de Buisson, the big climb of the day.
This is Angel Vicioso at the front for Katusha. He went across the finish line in first place on a stage at the Giro d'Italia about 14 years ago when he ended up getting disqualified and Mario Cipollini became the stage winner. This is Sergio Anal, who sits just behind Wout Poels. The rider from Katusha, the lanky rider that's just on the right-hand side, the tallest of the Katusha riders, the man that won the stage on stage 17 to Finot Emerson. He became a father on the first day of this year's Tour de France, but he's yet to see his daughter in person. He's only seen her on Skype so far. No doubt he is really looking forward to getting home. This is Kijalowski. And now just slipping off the back, this is Marcus Burkhardt, who's losing contact with the breakaway group, but they're nearly over the top, 700 metres to go. And Burkhardt will suffer to the top of the climb and he'll rejoin on the way down.
Can descend Marcus Burkhardt, and a few days ago he reported his top recorded speed on the stage on a descent, 130 kilometres an hour.
That was in response. Lee Howard had posted 122 k's per hour as his maximum speed. Everybody's jaw dropped, and Marcus Burkhardt responded with, "Were you using your brakes?" And then showed he's at 130.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought he said something to the effect of, "Were your brakes rubbing?"
Yes. Almost at the top. Kieselowski from Tinkoff is leading, and he is leading Rafael Majka, who is at the top of the table in the race for the King of the Mountains classification. It's De Gendt who's in second place. At the start of the day, it was an 83-point gap between those two. And Thomas De Gendt is fighting for every prize on the road. Willemoz is in the white and blue colours. Into the drops for Thomas De Gendt. This is the sort of sprint to the top of this climb where Thomas De Gendt would be the favourite. And it would be Rafael Majka. And you see here the little flick of the head from Rafael Majka. Perhaps he's prepared to concede at just a couple of points to Thomas De Gendt without wasting any energy, because he's got an 83-point advantage to be able to play with. As they go over the top, that's exactly how it plays out. So De Gendt, he collects maximum points. But for Rafael Majka, he only concedes 3 to the man who's 83 points behind him. But he saves energy in the process.
Yep. Now, 80 points behind Thomas De Gendt, but all Majka has to do is follow him all day long, follow him over each KOM. And I would say then that the competition is pretty much wrapped up for the Polish champion.
Yeah. He's not going to be beat in the race for the King of the Mountains jersey. And Emil Monard from BMC is at the back of the group because he knows his teammate Marcus Burkhardt is just 100 metres or so behind.
I thought he was at the back of the group because he was struggling. Maybe a bit of both.
He won't lose contact with the group. He'll just stay there and wait because he might not back himself to keep up with Marcus Burkhardt on the way down. But now we're seeing Rafael Majka, who's done this a few times. They've gone over the top, and Majka is a very good descender. And the man that is in second spot, that's Willemoz, who's also pretty quick when it comes to going downhill. Greipel and Howard suffering up the climb. He's a very good climber for a man of his size, Andre Greipel.
So incredibly strong.
Jürgen Roelandts was with him. How reliable as a teammate is Jürgen Roelandts? Not just when it comes to trying to win, when it comes to trying to survive.
He's there everywhere for his team leader, for the leader of the sprint component of the team. And to have a guy like Roelandts with you when you're being dropped to just help pace you and then close that gap down as you come over the top, or even have to chase for a little bit longer than that. Roelandts is your man. Classic specialist, but so strong. Coming up.
Item number 2 on the to-do list today. Tick, complete. 3 more to go. And Rafael Majka taking some big risks on the way down. The rider in third position, Willemoz, who won a stage last year, when he was picked up by one of the smaller French teams, they didn't have much of a budget. So they went with the money ball strategy. And instead of looking to the amateur ranks who's riding well on the road or onto the track, which is the traditional path, as we just heard the scraping of a peg from one of the motorbikes going around the corner, he was a good mountain biker that never really shown much interest in the road. So Stefan Hurlo, a former yellow jersey wearer at the Tour de France, figured, you come with me and I'm going to make you my protege and see if I can develop you into a good road cyclist. Pretty good investment. They paid him minimum wage for 2 years. It's worked out okay.
So far, so good. Stage winner on the Mur de Bretagne last year, where he just rode away from the rest of the peloton, one solo.
It was a brilliant ride. He got the better of Dan Martin, was in second place. Thomas De Gendt in the red colours from Lotto Soudal. He's always up for taking a few risks. He's got a funny breathing action, Willemoz, when he's climbing. He looks a bit like a goldfish in the way he opens his mouth, and it's really deliberate and concentrated the way he breathes. And you've got a real theory on breathing when you're climbing, and the exhale being as important as the inhale.
You've got to make sure you force everything out to make sure that when you refill your lungs, it's fresh, oxygenated air. Not a half breath out and still have some of that carbon dioxide loaded air in the lungs. Full breath out, your body will do the rest to get it all in. But it's also about relaxing enough to let it in, breathe all the way down. I always tell people, breathe as if you're trying to breathe all the way down to your belly button.
And it wouldn't hurt to learn singing as a kid to help with that breathing. as breathing is all important for the vocals. And when you watch Vilemos, and we'll get a chance to later today, have a look at the way he breathes.
I think Richie Port's original sporting life stands him in very good stead as far as breathing techniques going, because he was a swimmer and a triathlete. Now, might have been 10 days, 2 weeks ago now, I was talking about Richie Port, and when he was originally with the Saxo Bank team, and at training camp he amazed his teammates. They were doing some cross-training in the pool, and Richie swam a length underwater. Stuart O'Grady sent me a message. He said, I was there, it was incredible, but it wasn't 50 metres. He turned at the end and started going back. It was 70 metres underwater.
They called him the fish. 34 seconds, those three off the front of the breakaway group have opened up. They're moving quickly down the descent. And the peloton there at 3 minutes and 37 seconds. Astana still leading the charge. Rafael Majka is the one that is going the quickest. The other two are just trying to keep up. They're sprinting out of each corner as Rafael Majka is clutching and refreshing on the straight sections, and then just using less brakes through the corners, and he's not making any mistakes. A few of the sprinters taking some risks as well, down through the convoy, trying to rejoin the peloton before they hit the valley road. Lee Howard and Andre Greipel, they climbed well to get over the top of that one.
And Marcel Kittel, he is one of those sprinters, along with Dylan Groenewegen, trying to make his way back on. And the good thing is, with it still such a large peloton, they start to single out. And it's almost as if the peloton is, in a way, coming back towards you as they single out. Guys on the brakes a lot more. Problem is when you get to the bottom of the descent and everyone's trying to bunch up again, you need to be riding on the flat nearly 80 kilometres an hour just to follow the wheels chasing back on. And that's when you see those splits, because most of the guys here can't ride 80 kilometres an hour on the flat, wound up off the descent. They just cannot keep that pace up.
One of the great images of the Tour de France, one of the great images of bike racing, is watching the peloton snake down through the Alps.
And you see what I mean here at the back. You see the single file line, and then further back in the bunch, you're starting to single out, heavier on the brakes. They're 2 and 3 wide, and as that starts to string out, as they're really slowing down, much heavier on the brakes into the corners, gives guys just off the back the opportunity to close that gap right down, get back in contact with the bunch. It's just that chase off the bottom they got to contend with.
Majka, Vilemos and De Gendt.
This is what we spoke about earlier, Matt. The better climbers in this group will be getting concerned with the gap coming down and be keen to go on the attack, but wary of this 20-kilometre valley. I'm not so sure Majka is intending to go on with this just with the three of them, but just give the rest of this group a real hurry up. Make sure they ride as fast as they can on this downhill. Get them working together. Leave them a bit further into the stage.
And he hasn't wasted any energy to open the gap. He's just been better technically on the way down. He hasn't had to pedal harder. So now as he hits the valley road, well, he might be able to kick the clutch in ever so slightly, just back it off a few heartbeats, and then the others have to work harder to come back across to him. And he, again, has saved a bit of energy. Or perhaps he's going to do a Rafael Majka and just go full gas.
And well, at the moment, they're just out of sight of that chasing group. George Bennett, he was sitting at the back. So Bennett not bothering to follow them up and through the KOM and down the descent, just biding his time. Safety in numbers, staying with the biggest part of the group. And I don't imagine for a second they're content to let De Gendt and Majka and Vilemos ride away at this point. Pretty sure they'll chase them back in just a couple of kilometres. This is the group with Marcel Kittel. This is the back of the peloton. And you see that gap in front of the boys in blue from Etixx Quick-Step. Bit of a gap, but there's the back of the peloton. So they're getting back in touch, and they've still got a little way to go on this downhill. About another 2.5 minutes of descending.
This is Guarneri, Giacomo Guarneri, the lead-out man for Alexander Kristoff. And the Direct Energy rider, who was very ginger on the brakes, that was Fabrice Gendebos, who's had a fall in this year's race, and I think his nerve has been rattled.
And that could be the last he sees of the peloton today, because going down that slowly, on your own, you're not going to be able to cross that gap again. Once you get onto the valley road down here, and the bunch is starting to regroup, he won't be able to close that down. He'll suddenly find himself 2 minutes behind.
And just for your reference at home, Robbie McEwen has delivered that message, shaking his head like a school teacher, not impressed with the students' performance.
But I understand, when you've had a crash, it gets in your head that the last thing you want is another one of those. And it can make guys overly careful, overthink it, and put themselves off the back.
Lutsenko it is, number 26, who continues to just play the role of the policeman with this group. Well, not so much the policeman, but more just the forward advance for the attack to come later on from Astana. Michael Matthews having integrated the breakaway group. Thomas again pushes on at the front in the red colours. He always looks for the opportunity to split things up. As we've mentioned, each time he's been in the breakaway, every win he's had in his career has been from a breakaway. He is tenacious, and as Robbie always says, stubborn. The stage win to Mont Ventoux, unfortunately for him, it will be overshadowed by the highlights reel that is sure to feature the crash into the motorbike with Richie Porte, Bauke Mollema and Chris Froome, and then Chris Froome taking off on foot. The benefits of having grown up in Kenya and done cross-country running as a school kid.
I bet he never did the cross-country running in carbon-soled bike shoes.
No, I'm sure he didn't.
Putting the new CD shots to the full test on the Mont Ventoux.
Villemos. Just the check across the shoulder to make sure that the others will continue to come through. An interesting point made there, Robbie, that you never see a bad descender amongst the sprinters, but occasionally you do amongst the climbers, as these three now are about to be caught. And what we spoke about before was Rafael Maier, who hasn't wasted any energy. The others have spent some to bring him back. So it's worked out a pretty good move, I think, on the way down. As a guy who had a reputation for being one of the best descenders in the pro peloton, for you, what's the key to getting downhill quickly?
Confidence and desperation.
From a technical aspect.
Still desperation, because it gives you the confidence not to think about the dangers of it, but just doing everything to get back in touch. But technically, it's hard to train descending as you would in a race, because in a race you've got the whole road. When you're out training, you've got to follow the road rules and stick to one side. So it does make it a little bit harder to train apexes, entry, exit, that sort of stuff. But even when you're only using one side of the road, you apply the same sort of principles. And just imagine the road's only half as wide. And a really important thing about descending, like driving a race car, is eyes up. Pick your point. Make sure your entry speed is right. Once you've picked that point, it's eyes up to the next point, to the apex. Once you've lined it to that, you don't keep watching that point till you're there. Your eyes up to the next point, and you look exactly where you want to go, but you don't wait too long to look there. You got to line it. You're on line. Eyes up, next one. Eyes up, next. So always drawing a line in front of yourself and looking at where you want to be. Never look at where you don't want to be is the number one rule, and I've said it a number of times. I've said it again.
Which is effectively the message that came from Nicola Portal. Have your eyesight as far ahead as possible where you want to go. Astana, they're calling it off somewhat here. They're just backing it off a fraction. Vincenzo's having a bit of a smile and a laugh. Vicioso at the front in the red colours for Katusha, asking exactly what he's required to do. One of the older riders on the team, and I wonder if he'll retire at the end of this season alongside Joaquim Rodriguez, who was the reason that he's on the team, because Vicioso is 2 years older than Rodriguez.
It's getting to be about that time, but more and more these days we see riders still racing approaching 40 years of age. Greg Henderson is another one of those. Jens Voigt, Chris Horner, they both raced into their 40s, 42. I got a month shy of my 40th birthday when I retired. So you see that more and more these days, riders being able to go through to that age. Where go back 15, 20 years, you didn't see many go beyond 35.
This group now working well together. Bookman at the front, the black colours. Tony Gallopin was in second wheel there. He was concerned that others from the group weren't going to roll over, even though they were coming through. So he made it sure that they maintained their momentum and went straight back over the top of Bookman. That's a guy who is dedicated to this group surviving. The Anzac Alliance, the Kiwi and the Australian, Matthews and Bennett. Burhan, lunchtime in the valley. This is an important time to eat because it's difficult to do so when you're climbing.
Yep, you've got to take the opportunities when it's flat, when it's a little more relaxed, but you see at the same time, the group not working smoothly together. A lot of passengers in the group, and they're not getting the leeway that they require. With 85 kilometres to go and just 3 minutes lead, they've got to try and build that up through this valley, because after they get to the end of this valley section, they're onto a Category 2. Immediately then, they start the All Category climb of the Bissan. It's not going to be enough. I think all of this group will get brought back, and that's why Astana is doing this work. Going for the stage win as well, just trying to make the race that little bit harder, a little bit more stressful as well for everybody. It's mental energy they're using. They have to ride better position, think about everything they're doing. It's all part of it in the last week of the Tour de France.
It looked like Astana were going to just ease it off ever so slightly, but now they've sent Grivko to the front once again, and he's got himself leaning over the handlebars in a time trial position. The shoulders are rocking. They're starting to pick it up again, because Grivko's not going to offer them a lot when they're climbing. There's a split in the breakaway, and this has been caused by the lack of cohesion. Kieślowski, Bookman, Sepulveda, Matthews and Roland have missed the splits. They'll rejoin, but they're going to waste some energy in the process. Bennett continues to talk. He wants to make the group work. This is his first Tour de France, but at the very least, George Bennett is going to be on the highlights reel. On the climb to Andorra, when he did the hip and shoulder in a surprise defensive rugby move when we saw a spectator step out in front of him. He had nowhere to go. He didn't have time to turn, and he managed to stay upright. The spectator unfortunately went down, but by all reports was okay.
Well, that's good news here. The spectator was okay, because as George Bennett said in his own words, that spectator got sunny billed. A lot of people who follow rugby say, I found it a bit more Jonah Lomu.
Well, then you'd be really injured, and the spectator may not get up. And may the great man rest in peace. They love him in France, Jonah Lomu. The Astana squad still on the front. They have been the ones in the last couple of days prepared to take the race on, more so than anyone else. A few other teams now milling towards the front. Mikael Shah is the rider from BMC. Van Avermaet is there also for BMC. Caruso, and then there'll be Port.
Taking quite a back seat there in the peloton is Team Sky. It's probably the furthest back we've seen them so far on this Tour de France. And I can guarantee you, once they get over the top of this climb and start the next one, they'll be more present and back to business.
Furthest back we've seen them, third in line. And You're right. Interesting. Kieślowski was about to go to the front of that group and drive the tempo, and Rafael Majka gave him the hand signal. Don't waste energy. As long as Thomas de Gendt is on the front, let him keep working. They're about to go over the top, and again, Rafael Majka is allowing de Gendt to collect the points. This is only a Category 2 climb. So again, he just gets 1 point closer.
Do you see the little wave from Thomas de Gendt there?
Thank you. Pantano's not interested in those points. He wants another stage win. 15 wins for IM Cycling since they announced that they'll be ending at the conclusion of the season, and they did that in the middle of May. And those wins include a stage at the Giro and a stage here at the Tour. It was a brilliant win by Roger Kluge at the Giro d'Italia this year. Equally as good, if not better, by Hullinson Pantano at the Tour de France, with Rafael Majka in second spot. On a big day in the mountains.
Well, the IM cycling team has had their best performances of their short existence since the team announced that it would be stopping at the end of this year. They've won the Tour of Belgium with Dries Devenants. They won a stage in the Giro. They've won a stage in the Tour. They've been represented in a heap of breakaways. pressure's on the riders to find a contract for next year.
If you're in one of those cars following the race, you would not want to suffer from motion sickness. It's not a job that you'd hold on to for very long. Once again, the sprinters under pressure. This is Marcel Kittel. One stage win, and it came in a photo finish ahead of Brian Coquard. Grivko is in the blue colours of the turquoise colours of Astana. He's got the yellow glasses on. Alongside him in red is Angel Vicioso, one of the oldest riders in the race. 39 years of age. The oldest is Matteo Tessato at 42. I think Greg Henderson is just about a month older than Angel Vicioso. This is Guarnieri once again losing contact, even with his sprinting pals that he goes head-to-head with on the flat stages. John Degenkolb is also there in the white colours of Giant Alpecin.
Greipel, Seberg, sprinter, lead-out man. Kittel, Kayser, sprinter, lead-out man. Degenkolb was also there.
Marcus Burkhardt making the most of the descents.
Just happens naturally on these stages. Riders of similar abilities end up together and just battle their way on. But those riders that we just saw being dropped, they'll just try and battle on one more time. Get another little free ride through this little bit of valley coming up. Then they can really let go.
And the strategy for Pantano at the back here, since they brought back that three that went off the front with De Gent, Villemos and Micah, he's just been sitting at the back. And now that the lead is out to almost 4 minutes, I get the impression he is conserve until they do get on to the next climb. I thought he might have tried to string them out a little bit down here, but Marcus Burkhardt is taking care of it for him.
He really is trying to string him out down here, taking maximum risk. Burkhardt knows what's coming up, the ore category climb of the Monte de Bissan, and he's thinking, I've got to get away from this group, get a little bit up the road. But he's also got to realise it's a 12.5 kilometre climb, and whatever he does from this point, the gap's never going to get big enough when the likes of Maker and Pantano start to go up a gear and get rid of the dead wood, or what they consider the dead wood in this bunch. He's got a gel in his mouth, little straight section of road, squeeze a bit more in.
After yesterday's stage, he tried to put a bit of pressure on Tom Dumoulin because he was asked about the Olympics. Is that the reference point for the Olympic Games? He said, not really. I think stage 13 was. Tom Dumoulin is the favourite. He's the man to beat in Rio. I'm not sure whether he really believes that, because I think Chris Froome is the man to beat. I think that is part of just trying to deflect the pressure, because he's dealt with a lot of it in July.
He deals with pressure all year long in the build-up as the favourite, the defending champion. Chris Froome's already got an Olympic silver medal from 2012 in the time trial behind Sir Bradley Wiggins. I'm sure he'd rather have a gold one as well. And just quietly, he'll be believing in his chances. Tom Dumoulin, yeah, maybe is the favourite, but not overwhelmingly on the course that they're talking about for Rio.
Yeah, definitely a battle between those two, as they are the standout favourites. The others, well, they're second-tier contenders. And there's a look at the points over that previous climb. So Thomas De Gent, he gets 2 points closer to Rafael Micah. The gap now is 79 points between those two in the race for the King of the Mountains jersey. Things are all going according to plan for Rafael Micah, not wasting any energy and just protecting his position. De Gent collecting the points. It won't change things in those standings. And it's risk minimisation for Chris Froome. Giving a little bit of distance. He'll have a teammate behind him as well, just in case anything does happen. So there's someone there to stop automatically. Andre Greipel at this point will be very pleased. They've already regained contact.
It'll be a very long, thin line. So you see Astana pushing the pace on the front, complete single file throughout the peloton. Like I said before, as the bunch comes down this descent, they need to start singling out to be able to take the corners properly. Riders got a break to sort of drop back into line, so the peloton almost drops back towards the sprinters chasing on, regain. There's almost a sprint to stay in contact once they hit the valley floor. but they're still there. That's the important thing.
And once they're through this roundabout, that's the dangerous part of the descent behind them. So another moment where Chris Froome can breathe a slight sigh of relief, but there's no complacency. And Chris Froome, worth noting on the way down there, Robbie, just one rider from Sky in front of him, the rest of the team behind him, just in case anything went wrong. Everybody was around him for support.
And not by chance, everything planned, minutely planned at Team Sky. They know exactly what to do and when. It gives Chris Froome great confidence. He doesn't have to steer anyone. They know what's expected. They're being reminded through the race radios of what they're expected to do. So Chris Froome can concentrate on the one thing he needs to do and just ride to the top with all the rest. Just mark them.
And the team's meticulous preparation came to the fore yesterday. At the individual time trial, Chris Froome thought the best option was a road bike. And the team went through all the numbers. They assessed everything, power outputs, gradients, potential wind, flat sections, etc. And they made the decision for him to ride the time trial bike. And he won by 20 seconds. I'm not sure the bike was the difference at the end because the gap was so big. It was the person on top of it. But that's the level of detail that Team Sky pay to everything in the race. Famous for their phrase, marginal gains.
And also would have taken into consideration that the type or the style of climber that Chris Froome is. He stays in the saddle, so it's a good choice to go on the time trial bike. But I'm sure they had it set up just a little bit higher in the front end yesterday than they would for a flat time trial, just to keep him a little bit more upright, so he's got the right angles through his hips to be most efficient on the climb. Maybe not the most efficient on the flat part aerodynamically, but weighing everything up, and that's just what they do at Team Sky.
Breakaway.
Adam Yates, we heard that there was no problem. It was just a mechanical problem. He did come back quickly, and it looks though Micah now wants to try and break the leading group up a little bit early, because the main field, the forward group, is only 2:21 back.
Yes, he's starting to put everybody into difficulty. Michael Matthews there in the dark blue jersey, he slipped off the back. Tony Martin, not a surprise, he's not really one of the big mountain goats in a situation like this. And the other rider slipping away there, 118, Lawrence Tendem. I just spotted him slipping off the back of the group. Yes, so the next man to slip off the back of that leading group, Marcus Burkhardt, one of the teammates of Richie Porte, and I think this toughening up of the race today will also suit the Australian as well, because currently he lies 1:08 off second position and 44 seconds off the third position, and he said and made it very clear that his aim in these final few days is to get to the podium. Little acceleration there from Villermoz. Riding has been selected now to replace Thibaut Pinot at the Olympic Games, and now struggling at the back of the group, Sepulveda, a rider who had hopes of a high finish in the overall standings, but at the start this morning he was almost 2 hours behind. These accelerations now are really starting to rip apart the leading group, but the pressure is still coming on here from Team Astana. That's Luis Leon Sanchez in first position. Now the front from the man who leads the King of the Mountains jersey, Rafael Micah.
And it's the Spanish rider on Coffice here, David Navarro, who's gone after him as well.
Tony Gallup position, Navarro in third place. Jarlins and Pantana, well, in fourth position there in the white IAM cycling jersey, Phil. He's just sitting there watching affairs.
Well, this is Rafa Micah. He's given away on the previous two climbs to Thomas Kent. This one I think he wants. The reason Galopin's getting involved, he's trying to stop anybody gaining points on his man who sits in second place, Thomas Kent. But Micah only needs this, and the King of the Mountains is a done deal, and he's got a little bit of a gap.
Well, he's got a little bit of power as well, Phil, because this is not really attack. This is a slow acceleration, but he's gone faster than anybody else. He's thrown down the gauntlet to them and said, look, if you guys feel strong in this breakaway group here, you better try and stick with me if you can. And I think Jens Voigt a little earlier on was just saying how powerful this man looked, and I think what we can think about here is, yes, he has won 3 stage victories in the Tour de France in the past, but he's yet to add one to his account this year, and I'm pretty sure he would like to add a stage victory to his more than likely overall win in the King of the Mountains competition.
Well, he won it 2 years ago, and he's going to win it in 2016 for the second time now as he comes up. This is the all-category climb. It gives 25 points to the first rider over the top, and that will take his total to 209 points. Nobody can reach him now.
So there we go. And just sitting towards a little bit further back down the group there is number 1, Chris Froome. Alongside him is Adam Yates. Just up over towards the top on the right-hand side, I just spotted Louis Meintjes. He's having a quiet ride here this afternoon. He's quite happily sitting right up there. He moved up yesterday, one of the few riders to actually change his position yesterday in 9th place. He's got a 3-second advantage over Dan Martin, but a 3-minute deficit in the Best Young Rider competition over Adam Yates. 41, Romain Bardet. I wouldn't read too much into him sitting at the back. Now look at this. I have to say that the man on the front there, Luis Leon Sanchez, had done a phenomenal amount of work for Team Astana, which leads me to think that Team Astana are really going to throw caution to the wind on this final climb. They will try to launch a move either with Vincenzo Nibali or Fabio Aru, who sits in 7th place overall. There's Meintjes over on the left-hand side, sitting with many of the other overall contenders. Nairo Quintana in the yellow helmet. You can see him just moving up on the outside. Hardly mentioned the name of Nairo Quintana at all during this afternoon stage. He's been hiding in that main field, just sheltering from the wind, just keeping himself comfortable up towards the top of this climb now. Marcus Burkhardt over the top, and he's just about to get picked up by this chasing group with all of the overall contenders in it. And that will be good for Richie Porte. Some assistance. Well, the gap has come down pretty dramatically now. It's 1 minute and 50 seconds. Rafael Majka has continued a little bit over the top there, having picked himself a maximum 25 points up. He's decided to have another little tick on the descent.
This is Pierre Rolland continuing his pressure at the front.
Well, this is a move now with a possible long raid to try and get the first stage victory in this year's Tour de France for France. Pierre Rolland makes the move. He's, let's just, you know, that the acceleration from Pierre Rolland, Phil, it came from the front end of that group, and it really caught everyone unawares as he made the move. He realizes as we go over this last little incline that shortly we will start a fairly long descent down towards Saint-Gervais, and the man who's made the big reaction to come across to him is a man who's been on the move many times in this last week of racing, former world champion Rui Costa.
Rui Costa, yes, you're right, a former world champion in conditions like it is just now in rain. So Pierre Rolland, he's made the move. He's over the top of the climb. This is a sort of false, very short descent. Now there's another little stabbing climb, but we're gradually downhill for some way now before the road up to the finish. But there are some nasty little kickers which are going to hurt, and this is one of them. Well, Costa's got across.
Well, this could be good for a long move by Pierre Rolland. He had hoped and he had dreamed of a top 10 finish in the overall standings at the Tour, but I think he's much too far back, because at the start of the day, Rolland was sitting in 16th place, 22 minutes 51 seconds back.
But he had that horrible crash in the opening week. It really did. We had pictures of him riding along with barely any clothes on him. He seems to recover from those injuries. People of Les Saisies, which is where the Col gets its name. We came up a road we've never used before. I think Roland is hurting because he was anxious to get Da Costa in front, and he's only just come across the gap.
Yeah, but I think once they recover, once they get over the top of that little incline, they'll be able to collaborate on the descent, and that could be the important part. So this view from the top of the Col de Saisies is one we've seen many times in the Tour de France. And of course, Cézy, a very well-known ski resort nestled right into the chain, or La Chaîne des Aravis. The Chaîne des Aravis links Albertville over to the other side of the chain when you go down into the town of La Clusaz, and then the Grand Bornand à la Colombière. We're not going that way today, but this little bit of dampness, Phil, which has actually come to wet the road here, could make it quite precarious on the descent.
Chris Froome's nailed it. He said that the descents are very dangerous today, and this is going to make them even more dangerous. So they've got to be careful. Look at the crowds along the road in Les Cézy. The main peloton, less than 40 riders in that group at the moment.
And looking down at that main peloton, Phil, I can't see any rider in the top 10 in the overall standings who's actually missed out on that acceleration that has been applied on this main field by Team Astana. Everyone from Chris Froome right the way down to 9th and 10th place, Louis Meintjes and Dan Martin, who was very clever and astute, Dan Martin, to put his raincoat on inside of the final kilometre, because trying to put a raincoat on going downhill at 50, 60 miles an hour is not a clever idea.
Right, well, we're showing 1:53 as the gap, but they're saying from the race now it's exactly 2 minutes, so the gap beginning to open a little bit. Well, it looks like it is indeed. Oh dear, this is Roland.
Well, you know, Phil, just a few moments ago I was saying it was quite precarious when you change road surface. Look at this. It's very, very slippy, and all of a sudden it can't do anything. It's like ice now. Let's bear in mind, a few moments' time, the main field are going to come to that same point.
Well, Pierre Roland crashed on the same side of his body earlier in the Tour, and it was only moments ago I was telling you how he seemed to recover from those injuries, and it's all going to happen again for him. That's really sad. The Frenchman up again in the front group. His team admired him so much. He's such a strong man, both mentally and physically, and he's crashed like that. But the road has become totally glacial, and if you've got your tyres pumped rock hard, then there's no grip at all.
That is the big problem. Also, the difference between the road surfaces. Here you can see we're looking at a slightly older road surface which has been around for some time, but when you go to that newly laid road surface, that's when it really does start to get treacherous.
We're looking at the original front group here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 riders left of the original breakaway of 20. And Roland, even so, was lying off the back of those riders as he went into that corner, so he was clearly not too happy with his descending.
Now's the moment.
The yellow jersey group coming down just now.
Well, there you can see the difference.
This is the corner coming up, I think.
Well, there you saw the difference between the changing of the road surface. That's the corner just a little bit further down where there's a gaggle of people over on the right-hand side.
Well, I wouldn't stand there right now. Roland is still there, the peloton going by. And we're all holding our breaths here, I'll be quite honest with you. Roland is remounting his bike, and he's going to go back after that peloton. Well, I told you how strong he was, both mentally and physically. His team really admire Pierre.
Well, the amazing thing was when he came across to the squad, well, if I may say this without insulting anyone, a typical Frenchman, Phil, he didn't speak any English at all, and he forced himself at the early training camps to learn English so he could really integrate into the squad, and all of a sudden they found him. Just have a look at how hard he went down there. There was nothing you can... When you go into a situation like that and you lose both wheels, I mean, even the best man in the world can't control that. And look how far he slid.
Well, he's hurting now. Charlie Wagelius is the team director on the left. He's an Englishman born in Finland, and just chatting there, asking him how. He's got under 40 kilometres to go to the finish, but they're not an easy 40 kilometres. One more day in the Alps and then he's home in Paris.
Sometimes, you know, the Tour de France is not a very fair race when you've made the move like this. So we go back to the man that he was with a few moments ago, Rui Costa, who is now on his own and really charging downhill here at some pretty impressive speeds. He's hovering between 80 and 85 kilometers now. That's in excess of 50 miles an hour downhill.
Pierre Rolland has never not finished a Tour de France, and this is his 8th. Won 2 stages in the Alps, Alpe d'Huez and La Toussuire.
Just look at that though now, Phil. All of a sudden you've got the red and black guard moving into the second row there. That's BMC Racing. The third rider in that line was Richie Porte. Long. Yeah.
I tell you, Paul, Richie Porte knows what he has to do, and today he's got to try it, because between him and the place on the podium he needs 1 minute and 8 seconds.
And between, well, that's for second place, he needs 44 of course.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he said, Phil. He's made no bones about the fact that his dream is to get second place.
Yep. Well, here he is. Sad sight. We all feel for him. You've pedalled the best part of the race route. He's only a couple of 100 miles or kilometers from Paris.
Yeah, but Phil, when you've been in the breakaway and it looks as if you're vying for a stage victory psychologically, this is really tough to handle.
Needs a little time to recover. That was a bit of a knock. And the guy taking the pictures missed the shot because he jumped out the way. 3 times in the top 10 during his 8 tours, Pierre Rolland. Oh, look at this now down here. Oh, goodness me. Now, that's a nasty piece of slick road as well. It's Rui Costa.
You see how he's using so much of the road, picking across, using the apex. In fact, just slackening off his shoes a fraction there as he starts to make good lines. You were right a little earlier on to talk about the tyre pressure on a day like this, but I think everybody realised there was a big threat on a day like this of having a rainy finish to the stage. Well, I've got approximately a 35-second advantage for Rui Costa over the remnants of his breakaway group, which, just looking a little bit further up, contains Villermoz of France, Pantano, who is about 2 riders from the back, Maika, Navarro, Armel Moinard, the rider from BMC. He's in here, but I think he will have further thoughts later on in the afternoon. Sepulveda managed to get back. George Bennett, I think, is still in this group. Kieselowski, Lutsenko and Tony Galopin. But 35 seconds for Rui Costa. This part of the road he will know well, Phil, because the Tour de France has zigzagged over these climbs, the Chaîne des Aravis, any which way you want over the last few years.
Just wondering now how Chris Froome is feeling on this. Is his worst nightmare. Look at this now as Rui da Costa goes around that corner, uses the full road, doesn't want to lean that bike over too much.
Well, I tell you what, he's doing a pretty impressive job because he's actually extending his advantage. It's now around about 40 seconds over the chasers, and he's taking a lot of risks. And he's got nothing to lose, Phil, from taking the risks on a descent like this, because if he can stretch his advantage over the main peloton, then he starts to be able to dream about a stage victory.
These conditions are really nasty now, and Astana is going to stretch everybody in the race. They haven't eased up at all here. The cloud's obviously spinning around. Not always wet, but it is at this moment in time. And I hadn't noticed in commentary, but the rain has actually started on the finishing line now as well.
Well, it had been promised. I had been watching the weather forecast over the last couple of hours, and it did say that in the latter part of the afternoon the rain would start to pick up. More scary is the fact that there's a possibility of heavy electric and thunderstorms towards the latter part of the afternoon, but hopefully the riders will get themselves in safely to Saint-Gervais in this final climb up here to La Betex, which at the beginning is very, very narrow, and it'll be a big fight to position yourselves to be at the front for the start of the climb.
They're saying 40 seconds. Da Costa is ahead of that chase. We're looking at the peloton. I think we should stay here for a while, because this is where the race to win the Tour de France is, and these conditions are lethal just now. Minute 43. See the amount of distance each rider's putting between the rider in front of him now, just in case he slides out.
Well, that's George Bennett. I was looking for him a little while ago in the yellow jersey of Lotto Jumbo. And I have to say, I think he's had a very good Tour de France, especially in the latter part of the Tour, while we rejoin, as if by the magic of television, the man who leads this race, Rui Costa.
Minute 40, they're saying, to this bunch here, to the leader. So they're only a minute behind that 10-man chase group.
Just get a quick glimpse, Phil, of the speed of Rui Costa. Every time it straightens out, he pushes it back up to 80 kilometers an hour.
And the chasers, I saw 100 come up there.
A little bit of damage now, and important on days like this. Race radio saying there's another crash at the back there, and also going down. I just spotted there briefly number 126, and that was Sebastian Reichenbach. Now, he's high up in the overall standings. He crashed there with a teammate. Well, this is what a lot of the contenders were concerned about, the rain coming down in the Alps, and it can turn the race upside down. But all of a sudden, we've got a situation where two of the workers on Team Astana have opened up a big gap over the rest of the main field. Following them are two riders from BMC Racing. Richie Porte, well, Porte has got a problem as well. They're calling over race radio for Richie Porte's team car to come forward. Well, it looked as if he might have been, well, that came back to Richie Porte very quickly there, but let's have a quick look at just what happened here. Over there on the right-hand side, that is the crash involving the two riders from Française des Jeux, and they went down pretty hard there. Reichenbach is one of the riders who went down. And I didn't see exactly what happened to Richie Porte, although we did hear it announced on race radio. And he has got 2 or 3 teammates in that group in front. So, having a quick look at him here, I can't see any ripped jersey. So it may well be that he was in fact just delayed by that crash a few moments ago. So much happening here on this stage with 30 kilometers to go.
Well, Richie Porte caught in that crash as the rain has become quite torrential just at this minute in time.
Yes, I think he was actually delayed by the crash, Phil, of the two riders from FDJ. He did seem to me as if he stopped at the side of the road, but now he's got the advantage of having a couple of teammates there with him, so they should be able to slow down and pace him back into this group.
Welcome to the like a Cofidis ride. He's the only one in the front group. Pantano doesn't care who it is. We'll go and have a look. But I think it was Daniel Navarro here. Remember, we still have Rui da Costa up front. Well, now he's hoping to be joined. No Spanish stage wins this year yet.
He's also made this move, I think, Phil, because he could sense the moment when the yellow jersey group was about to catch the remnants of the breakaway group, but he's still got to try and bridge a 1-minute gap to Rui Costa.
Costa, 1 minute back is that group we were looking at. 16 seconds behind them as he's moved off the front is now the peloton. And they're trying to stay clear of Richie Porte, and there the breakaway's been swamped because there's Micah and Jorgensen Pantano. Chris Froome's gone by. They're all looking to get back in. Look at that, Micah's still got some legs.
But look how many teammates that Nairo Quintana has in that group as well, Phil. He's still got 3 very good teammates up alongside him. One of those, of course, Alejandro Valverde. Daryl Impey now is turning the books around, but a little bit further back, here is Richie Porte. He's managed to get into the team cars. But I take my hat off, Phil, to Craig van Avermaet this afternoon, because there he is, number 98. He really has survived on a day like this, because he's not in the past been really reputed for being one of the best climbers that Belgium's produced.
He's a big team man. He held the yellow for 3 days. He won a stage, and now his job is to get 91 back into that pack. And what he does after that, nobody will worry about. But there up the corner is the back of that pack.
In front of Richie Porte there was Damiano Caruso, the Italian rider on BMC. And it's funny how the weather conditions are. It's a little bit interspersed, but certainly I can see plenty of umbrellas on the finishing line and plenty of waterproof coats being put on.
Looking down on the BMC chase train. Final kick for the line. And it's Porte himself now who is going to sprint on, and he'll say, thanks lads. They're back.
Well, you know, I'm not sure that there'll be that much of a problem for Richie Porte because he wasn't actually involved in the accident. He was delayed by the accident, and he used his teammates to pace him back into this group. No panic at all for him, I don't think. The final climb will tell, but I think he's just got so much experience that something like that will not rattle the foundations of an attack later on from Richie Porte. He's shown great form in this last few days, and look at these corners. They really are very tricky. He is prepared to take all of the risks. The little indicator there, 3 kilometers to the start of the climb now for Rui Costa. And the manager of Team Sky, Dave Brailsford, has said, as everybody knows, there's still 2 days to go in this Tour de France. Chris Froome feels in a strong position, but you know, on a day like this with weather conditions and road conditions like this, Phil, anything could happen.
And it has. We've seen so many riders fall off, and we've seen the abandon of Tom Dumoulin and Michael Scherl. This is the rider cautiously. There's another crash. That is a nasty fall. 3 riders hitting the deck there.
Well, I'm hearing that Navarro is one of the riders who went down. Let's just have a look at this as we come into the corner. As I told you, these were tricky corners. That looks to me as if the first rider to go down was Eduardo Sepulveda, the Argentinian rider. On the far side, that's Navarro, the rider in the red jersey, and the race doctor is there up alongside him. That's Dani Navarro. Oh, there's another rider gone off the road too there. And it was a rider from Trek Segafredo. Now look, straight on, he just can't control his machine. He's got the back wheel locked up, and he just managed to stop before he exited the route. Wow.
Well, we are hearing the Froome has crashed. We have got no pictures yet, and there he is on the road. Froome has fallen.
Well, this is the one thing that everybody who leads a race like the Tour de France has to be afraid of, and he's going to, in fact, his bike must be seriously damaged because he's swapping machines with a teammate and he's off riding again.
And look at his team all around him as they came round. They were amazed, but they're so cleverly drilled, they knew exactly what to do. Froome away, and the peloton is still descending.
Well, it's all about, Phil, having a plan. And let's have a quick look, and a number of look at that. You see, Phil, and you put a little bit of moisture on it, it's almost impossible to hold your bike upright.
Well, I'm not sure, but I think that was Dario Aru with him. It looked like a 7 Aru.
Well, I'm hearing that Bardet has in fact come out of the front of the main field as well now to join his teammate Scherl. He's in second wheel there as they start to go through Domoncy. Now, this is the opposite way that they were racing yesterday. Wow.
Well, we think that was Vincenzo Nibali who crashed with Chris Froome at that time. Froome is now not on his bike. I think he's on the bike of Mikel Nievi here as he's gone back up to his teammates.
Well, let's put it into perspective a little bit, Phil. He's got 3 minutes 52 seconds at the start of the day over Bauke Mollema, who's also had at least one crash on that descent, and I'm not getting any information on the position of Bauke Mollema.
Yeah.
And I think he, in fact, was involved in a second accident going around one of the corners. Here we go. Well, it looks as if that could have been Bauke Mollema there, because that was a couple of riders from Trek Segafredo.
Well, the rain has had its say in the Tour de France today. This man is still clear. 10 kilometers to go for Rui Ferreira da Costa. I'll give him his full name. Hey, there is the yellow jersey of Chris Froome. He fell heavily on his side there. He's up against it, but he's got time to climb onto the podium in Paris.
Sad to hear, Phil. I'm just hearing that the abandon has happened there. As we see this little move of Bardet almost touching the wheel of his teammate in front. I'm just hearing that Dani Navarro has had to abandon because of that accident on the descent of the Côte de Domoncy.
Well, he did look injured, and the doctors stayed a while with him, so they've obviously pulled him from the race. Let's hope he's okay. as the peloton is trying desperately to get itself together. The boys of Sky are here. Number 5 is Nieve.
Well, it was Kirienka doing a big turn on the front to pull Chris Froome back into this group. The other rider up there was the faithful Lieutenant Wout Poels. They're just about to make the junction, Phil, before the start of this climb. The maillot jaune, the yellow jersey of Chris Froome, is seriously ripped up.
We're looking at the youngster here, Romain Bardet. He is gaining most today as he goes out onto this stage sitting in 5th place. And he's gaining time now because Chris Froome is occupied trying to rejoin that very select chase group. Of the other riders overall, Yates, Quintana, Bardet, Mollema, they are spread out behind, but I don't think they're all together right now.
No, still the race situation. One leader is Rui Costa, but at just 41 seconds behind him is Romain Bardet, who is the Frenchman, Phil, who was also dreaming at the start of the day of a podium position.
Well, we're looking at the faithful team gathering around the Queen Bee there, because the yellow jersey may be damaged, but it's certainly full of fight, and there's no doubt about that. But the question is, where is number 61, Bauke Mollema? Because I thought I saw him go through the bushes.
I'm pretty sure it was him. He is currently off the back.
Adam Yates is here.
Yeah, up to the left-hand side in the white jersey, number 209. He looks reasonably comfortable. Slipping back, I noticed Stef Clement, the former Dutch national time trial champion. The question mark is, can Chris Froome, in this chaos at the moment, even risk changing machines and getting back onto his own machine when the team car eventually manages to catch up with him?
Well, Froome there, he always looks as though he's under pressure, and he rarely is, but he has that bowed approach to riding his bike. The team have been simply fantastic for him today. We're getting on to the last climb of the day, remember, which takes us up to 1,372 metres, and the finish.
Well, I'm hearing now, Phil, that Romain Bardet is just 30 seconds off the lone leader, Rui Costa. So the French could be getting not only a stage victory out of today's stage, but they could also be getting a man climbing onto the podium.
Well, he deserves it because he's been a most aggressive rider in this bike race, and he said this morning before the start he'll look for an opportunity and he'll go for it. Well, the opportunity fell in his lap in the rain. There he is.
And he is a very good bike handler. We've seen it on a number of occasions, maybe a little brash on occasions too, when he's taken advantage of the downhill parts of the course. And the fact that he's just passing the team car there of Rui Costa indicates that very shortly he will have the former world champion from Portugal well in his sights.
He sits 4:57 behind Froome. Of course, he's gaining some of that, but Froome won't be too worried about that at the moment. But people like Richie Porte will be certainly worried. Nairo Quintana, they stand to lose their places tonight to this man.
Well, they certainly do, but let's think about Froome. He's got a 4-minute and 16-second advantage over Adam Yates, and for the moment I'm still getting information that Bauke Mollema is off the back of this yellow jersey group. Froome, I'm sure, Phil, would like to have his team car come back up alongside him and try and get back onto his own machine.
Just 5 miles left to end this stage, 8.7 kilometres. That's all that's left. The cars in regularly aren't supposed to go near the riders on the climb now. It's a climb to the finish. You can't feed them, touch them, speak to them. It's now man for man. Well, Costa on the front.
Sorry, Phil, there was that confirmation. It's 29 seconds separating these two riders. Last year, Romain Bardet was a joint leader of his squad. This year he came as the sole leader for AG2R. Just there, you can see him just in the background. I caught a quick glimpse of the AG2R jersey. He has now got Rui Costa well in his sights.
He's seen his chance and he's taken it. It's not a question of attacking when there's a man down. This has been a one-for-all race today, and Bardet has ridden it brilliantly. Mike is still in the mix here, despite that long breakaway. Still looking very cool at the back, number 37.
Well, Froome, you can never really tell there when you look at his number 6 got his hand up there, Wout Poels.
in our shot there too, Louis Menkes.
When a rider
Lamprey.
When a rider puts his hand up like that, Phil, he's calling to the race referee to call the team car forward, and I'm pretty sure that's to try and favour it to the movement up through the convoy of Team Sky to try and get Chris Froome back to one of his original machines.
Exactly, because he's about to go onto the mountain on a strange bike here, that of number 9, Geraint Thomas.
What a quick call though, Phil, by Geraint Thomas, who was up alongside him. The first thing, you see, that's why you have to have a plan in a moment like this. You have to know exactly what you were going to do. And maybe for Team BMC, they never really had that plan. When Richie Porte had a similar, well, he had a flat tyre, but there was nobody to pass him a bike as they ran into the final few kilometres of stage number 2.
Porte is riding second red jersey at the front here now, and this was to be a test bed for Richie Porte today. But the man he would likely pass in the overall classification, because he trailed him by only 3 seconds, Bardet, is off up the road here trying to get on the podium in Paris. Weather and attacks. The yellow jersey in trouble here. His right side of his jersey is ripped to shreds. We're hearing, did I hear 1:25 behind for Bauke Mollema? Here he is in our camera. He's now trying to get back. You don't deserve that sort of look when you've worked so hard, but Mollema's having to fight back, and he's only 7.5 kilometres from the top, slightly more. He crashed on that descent of the Côte d'Ormancy.
Well, he crashed once there, Phil, then he was starting to take a few risks to try and get himself back into the yellow jersey group, and he crashed again. But also Chris Froome went down on that same descent, and he very quickly received a bike from his teammate Geraint Thomas. That is the machine that he's currently riding as we get closer to the finish. Still, there's a long way to go, Phil. A lot of climbing left to do, 7.3 kilometres. That's still almost 5 miles of climbing till we get to the finish.
Well, Bauke Mollema is out of the top 5 places in the Tour de France. He would slip to 6th at least if he doesn't close that gap at the moment. It will put Yates up into 2nd place, Quintana into 3rd, and Bardet, the rider we're watching now, into 4th. And it might even be that Bardet would go up into 3rd or 2nd if he continues like this. Boy, if French voices can pull you over a mountain now, it'll work for Romain Bardet.
Also starting to move up there, I notice Purito, Joaquim Rodriguez, Dan Martin moving to the front of that group. But this man, you have to feel a bit sorry for the man who has been sitting in 2nd place overall throughout the whole of this last week of the race, and he robbed maybe of a podium position because of first of all, a nasty climb, and then an almost exiting of the road, trying to catch up.
Just got a real good shout from a Dutch encampment there, shouting Bauke, Bauke, to try and get him through on that corner. Is it going to be where Froome decides? Because they've opened a gap on Froome here, and Richie Porte, if he's, and look at this, Quintana's closing the gap. That's not an attack, that's to go with the move. And that's what Quintana has done throughout this race. He's never attacked.
Well, Wout Poels there, Phil, just looked over his shoulder and he just waited for the yellow jersey. Let's not forget the yellow jersey is not riding his own personal machine. He's riding Geraint Thomas's machine that was passed across to him. Quintana, though, Phil, was very attentive. He saw the acceleration, he saw the gap.
The Frenchman, who could be climbing to 2nd overall in the Tour de France tonight. A terrific attack by Romain Bardet, the face of Caruso here. He's trying to put Richie Porte into a point where he could try and attack, because he's not going to climb up much if he doesn't.
Well, Caruso, they have said, is one of the best helpers on BMC for Richie Porte here. He's turned out to, well, we've been through the Savoie region and we've been through Switzerland. He's turning out to be the Saint Bernard, the big dog that looks after people in the mountains, and that's certainly what Caruso has turned out to be. Barguil has now been dropped off the back of the group.
He might come back. He's pedaling quite smoothly, but he's been yo-yoing off the back for quite a while, actually. He might get back on that. Let's go up to the 2 leaders. No, this is Bauke Mollema here. He's got a good pacemaker now in Jolinson Pantano. He needed to meet somebody of this quality on the climb, but he's dropping away from it.
Well, I've got Bauke Mollema 1 minute and 15 seconds off the back of the yellow jersey group, and 1 3/4 minutes, Phil, off the back of the leaders on the road. Dan Martin's just gone over the top. I just noticed the black and blue jersey of Etixx Quick-Step. He is in 10th place overall at the start of the day, and he's looking to try and move up. He's only 3 seconds behind Louis Meintjes in the overall standings.
And he might well get this, because we've also got at the front, Barguet's just gone. He's left, and he's left at 3.2 kilometres from the finish. Remember, the winner gets a 10-second added bonus to his time for the day, and that could consolidate his time. This is a great effort by the Frenchman.
Well, that, Phil, is because they're getting into the steepest part of the climb again. They're up to around about 9.5%. This is a very difficult climb. Wout Poels just looks over his shoulder. He will try and nurse Chris Froome up this climb if he can. Oh, I thought that was going to be a move by Froome.
This is Port. Port looks across. Cantana's marking Port. Cantana's after him immediately. And a reaction, though, from Sky, but they take a little time to get into the rhythm. They don't lift the pace too much. Up to 3 kilometres from the finish, Romain Bardet is out to make the gains that could put him on the podium in Paris.
Well, Richie Porte now sees this as an opportunity. Quintana also moving up to second position. The Sky Riders now, Phil, they're looking over their shoulders. They've got to nurse their leader. You have to remember, he's still got a good buffer over everybody else in the overall standings, while all of a sudden, Wout Poels comes up to the front there ahead of Sergio Henao.
Zakharine going through in the red jersey here, right alongside. Meintjes in that mauvish top to his jersey there. Rui Costa now split, as this is Dan Martin now gaining ground and climbing over Meintjes in the overall classification.
Well, it's a strange style of Dan Martin, a bouncing style that keeps the pedals going round quite rapidly. His distance behind Romain Bardet is not much more than about 30 seconds, so he too now can start to dream about a stage victory for Ireland.
And Adam Yates is in trouble, Adam Yates. And this is another gain today, possibly for Louis Meintjes, because he went inside 3 minutes yesterday after the time trial, because he beat Adam in the time trial. And also unhitching now is Michael Landa.
Well, unhitching a little bit further on as well is the yellow jersey, as now the reaction coming from Joachim Rodriguez to try and chase down Dan Martin.
And this is Bauke Mollema here. He's unhitched actually from Jorgensen Pantano. So the big effort has really hurt Bauke, and it's going to reflect in a big time loss tonight. Well, if Rodriguez goes forward here, and it certainly is Rodriguez, they've caught Martin. The effort to catch Martin also caught Chris Froome, but he's got back.
Impressive ride by the South African, though, Phil, because Louis Meintjes has moved right onto the wheel of Rodriguez. And Fabio Aru, well, the man we expected to attack, he's scrambling to stay in contact with Chris Froome.
How this race changed over the last 50 kilometres today with the weather, I might add. And out the front has popped a Frenchman who's converting a 5th place overall to a possible 2nd place tonight. Terrific piece of riding. As we're watching now Chris Froome riding his teammate's bike, just hanging in with these boys. This situation at the start of the day was 3:52 back, 2nd place Mollema, 4:16 to Yates, 4:37 to Quintana, 4:57 to Bardet. Bardet's recuperated all of his time lost, except of course to the yellow jersey.
Well, Phil, as if to say I might have been down, but I'm certainly not out. Chris Froome in the yellow jersey comes up alongside his teammate Wout Poels there in the blue Sky jersey on the right-hand side, saying it's okay, I'm all right. Let's show these guys that I've still got the power that's taken me to 1st place overall. Quintana over to the left-hand side in the Movistar jersey with his sunglasses into his helmet. But Adam Yates,
this is Yates trying to just... No, he's not panicking here. He's going to ride himself back on. He's come back up to them. They've all tried to get some time and tried to reach Bardet. They've all failed, but Port is going to try once more. At 2 kilometres to go, he kicks again.
And look who's responded immediately onto the wheel of Richie Porte is Nairo Quintana. Quintana was waiting for this last week. He's talked about the last week, and Richie Porte knows today it's important for him. He's looking for 1:08 to try and climb up into 2nd place overall, 44 seconds if he can get onto the podium, and that's what he wants after these 2 days of racing.
Well, on the left-hand side, looks as though Fabio Aru there was just trying as Yates is, well, the elastic stretched again. Louis Meintjes still up near the front of this group as Yates tries to get onto the back. These last few days are proving pretty hard. Aru has gone now. He's put in an attack. He's got to attack after all the work his teammates have done today. They did it for him. Now he's got to gain something out of this stage.
Well, that's what he wants. That's why his team, Astana, did so much work over the majority of today's stage to toughen it up for this final climb of the day. He wants the stage victory, but he's got an awful lot of time to try and pull back on the leader, Romain Bardet. He's looking for around about 43 seconds. Porte gets out of the saddle, Phil, just to try and nail back those final few meters, but brilliant riding by Louis Meintjes there from South Africa to sit there in fourth position. Froome, on the other hand, he's still on the defensive.
The Frenchman, Romain Bardet, is being drawn to this finishing line now by the crowd. No French victory yet in this year's Tour de France. Costa goes back towards the group. Aru is coming back to try and get to him, using him as a carrot. Yates is just about hanging on by the skin of his racing shorts.
Well, talk about courage. The rider who leads the best young rider competition, he just yo-yoing on the back. He finds the courage every now and again to scramble back into contact. He wants to make sure, Phil, that he can stay on the podium in Paris. Yes, he'd like to win the best young rider competition, but he wants to be on the podium with all of the big names of the sport of professional cycling.
Well, the face of Da Costa says it all now. Aru is making a late dash for the line here. There's not a lot of time left. A few seconds is all he can hope for. This is Bardet at 1 kilometre to go.
Well, let's Purito Rodriguez now coming forward. On his wheel is Alejandro Valverde. Louis Meintjes is right up there as well, and right on their wheel is Nairo Quintana.
And Louis Meintjes here making more gains on Adam Yates in that white jersey competition. This has been his best day in the Tour de France as he heads up to the line, 23 seconds down, so they close right in on him.
Well, where is Chris Froome? Here he is, Phil. Let's not forget, he did have a big buffer at the start today, 3:52 over second place. The clock there, he's lost 37 seconds on the winner of the stage, so maybe 10 or 12 seconds on everyone else, but that is a reflection of bon courage.
A horrible day. Here's Porte, he also lost time in the end. And Adam Yates at the back here losing time. He needs to lose 2:59 on Meintjes, and he's not losing that. But Meintjes continues to close in and climb up the overall. Well, amazing scenes at the finishing line. And Chris Froome, well, he thanked his teammates immediately he came over that finishing line. And he's finished on a strange bike. It must have been his worst day in the Tour de France, that.
Well, we're now waiting for the man who started, as we see Romain Bardet in the celebrations for AG2R La Mondiale and for France. I just wonder where, Phil, Bauke Mollema is.
Well, we'll find out, but I think they came up too quick for the winner to go second overall.
Well, he was waiting for the information to come through to him well down the slopes here, and you wouldn't wish this on anybody really, not just one crash but multiple crashes for Bauke Mollema. Started the day second place in the overall standings. He is losing a huge chunk of time here. Well, at the moment I have him around about 2:09 behind the winner, but a minute and 34 seconds behind the yellow jersey, and the clock is still counting for Bauke Mollema. These 2 days, everybody talked about them. Everyone said after the rest day, the final few days of racing in the Tour de France were going to be spectacular. Well, if tomorrow, because we've got to do a very similar race route tomorrow to this one today, and you can still see on the left hand side there his shorts are ripped open from that crash, but today finally is a day that belongs to France. Well, it was Rodriguez got across the line there in second place, Valverde third, Louis Meintjes of South Africa in fourth position at 22 seconds, and also right up there as well, Nairo Quintana fifth. Fabio Aru in 6th place.
This was in second spot at 23 seconds, then Valverde, and what a ride by the young South African Louis Meintjes. Quintana showing what we've been accustomed to, almost a better ride today. He was in 5th. Aru, Martins and Piles, Wout Piles, what a ride by him, the ultimate teammate for Chris Froome. And Richie Porte, he has to concede that this was a day of disappointment for Richie Porte, but he had some bad luck against him. So too did others, and then the legs cracked in the final kilometre or so. Position Valverde into 7th, Louis Meintjes up into 8th, Dan Martin in 9th position, and Mollema has gone from 2nd to 10th. It's the final day of racing in the mountains, and with the drama of yesterday providing a hint as to what we can expect today, anything can still happen. The race for the podium is wide open, and as Chris Froome keeps on saying, it's not over until Paris. Stage 20, and it's the last big battle before Paris. It starts in Megève, makes its way through to Morzine, 146.5 kilometres, and it's littered with climbs and barely any flat roads. The final climb is the last one of this year's tour. It's over the top of the Juplin, and then they plummet down to the finish line. There'll be strength required and also courage. Hello and welcome to Megève, where the stage is getting underway. We're just a few minutes before the neutral start and they roll out. It's the 20th stage, and then it's on to Paris tomorrow, where there will be celebration for the yellow jersey, and will it be Chris Froome? Matthew Keenan with you, joined by Robbie McEwen. And Robbie, for Chris Froome, yesterday was just another reminder of the cliche. It's not over until Paris.
And Chris Froome has been the man who's repeated those words more than anybody in this Tour de France. Even when he got out to a 4-minute plus lead on 2nd place, a lot of people were saying it's been run and won. Chris Froome was one of the ones that wouldn't accept that phrase, and yesterday turned out to be very true.
It did. We're going to pay a minute's silence now to mark our respects to the victims of the awful attack yesterday in Munich.
Aux victimes de la tragédie de ce qui s'est déroulé hier donc dans la localité de Munich en Allemagne. 1 minute de silence sur la ligne ici à Megève. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. We are going to mark 1 minute of silence and homage out of respect for the victims and all the families affected by the tragedy in the location of Munich, Germany yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute of silence.
Disappointed yesterday when Pierre Rolland crashed. He thought if he had him with him, he might have been in business. Michael Matthews is there. Jesper Stuyven is at the back. Just trying to hold on at this point in his debut Tour de France. Another reaction coming, and this time it's courtesy of Astana and Cannondale Drapac. They want to be in the thick of it today.
Well, realistically, Matt, this is the last chance for guys to really get away and have a chance at a stage win from a big escape. Because once you get into Paris, we often see a few skirmishes, little groups off the front, but more often than not, they get caught as a big bunch sprint in Paris. It's only every sort of 10 years that they stay away. Might be due for another one. I think the last escape was 2005 that stayed away on the Champs-Élysées.
Alexander Vinokurov. Up the Vichot now trying to go across. One of the most famous ones, though, 22 years ago, Eddie Seigneur. It was a brilliant win. Really defied the sprinters. It is TJ Van Garderen with Warren Barguil. Nice pickup. The American, there's a group also on top of him. In fact, it's the peloton that's on top of him. But a nice sign of the character TJ Van Garderen after a disappointing few days to try and bounce back. And we can say the same for the Frenchman Warren Barguil. He's had a tough race. He was hoping for top 10 overall. He's in 18th position, but he was solid yesterday. And full of praise for his compatriot Romain Bardet, who won the stage.
These two really struggling to go try and get that gap over the peloton, being led by Lotto Soudal, who already have a rider up in the group in front. So they just want to shut this down and maybe not let the likes of Van Garderen go across, although I'm not sure why they'd be concerned so much with him. here is the front of the race.
This is Vakoc at the back for the NX Quickstep team. It is Calderman in the yellow colours, Chavanel in the black and yellow. It is Benedetti from the Bora Argon 18 team and Ed A of Cofidis. Just 23 seconds and the peloton's not letting them slip up the road. "15 kilometres before they get to the bottom of the first climb, and it's pretty quick getting there. There's a little interruption with a small climb on the way."
And that's where I think we'll see the break of the day really form. We've got these 5 off the front at the moment with a 25-second lead over the peloton. No news yet or pictures of that group in between. There they are. Here's the pictures. So that group has made it across. 26 seconds now to the main group. This is shaping up to be the one, but they're going to really have to push over that little hill, which comes at about 8 or 7 kilometres into the race. So this is it now. They're on. Last chance to get across.
And there's one more trying to come across from Bora Argon 18. And a whole bunch of riders with teammates represented up the front who are trying to close things down. This is the last reaction with anybody trying to make it across.
And this is Jeffrey Soup, I think, from the Cofidis team.
Cyril Limois. We'll have a closer look next time through.
They're all growing beards at Cofidis this day. It makes it hard to pick them out.
Soup's got the full beard. He's not into 5 o'clock shadows. He's your 10 p.m. kind of guy.
Michael Matthews, 2 days in a in a row, making it into the breakaway.
Or has he? Because this looks like Sebastian Reichenbach from FDJ, who's been riding very well. Been climbing strongly, 14th position overall at 21 minutes down. Big reaction. Adam Hansen also amongst it in the red colours of Lotto Soudal. Robert Kichalowski is there once again from the Tinkoff team. He's been very active the last few days. Big reaction coming from the peloton. It's proving difficult to get away because, as you mentioned before, this is the last big battle. With the exception of the sprinters, we'll be thinking about saving some energy for tomorrow, but they're the only ones.
Everyone else under instruction to get up the road, go with the brakes, go with the attacks. And it's this little hill that we mentioned. It's the one that could shape the breakaway if someone can ride away out of this group and maintain. Still got a good gap, but still riders trying to come across it. Someone from Tinkoff there in the background, maybe Kichalowski again. Very active yesterday.
It was 22 seconds. Tony Galopin knows that it's going to take some work to get this group going. So he's adopted the Thomas de Gent strategy. On the front for 5 minutes, 500 watts. See what happens.
It's a moment where you've just really got to commit to it. Not think about saving energy right now, but actually making the break work. So just sit on the front, maintain that gap over this hill, and hope then that they sit. Now they're going to come towards that category 2, another little uphill before they hit the foot. So it's still another opportunity for riders to come across out of the peloton.
Katusha in the breakaway. Ilnaz Zakarin. He's already managed to win a stage. On the hunt for number 2. The peloton has closed things down on them. This is Vakoc at the front.
So that was a group,
big group,
trying to get across to the group of Galopin. So it looks like it's split over that little hill. The peloton has come back to a portion of the original break. And look at the length of the peloton now, stretched out completely.
You can hardly call it a peloton. It is small groups of splintered riders. And this is just the prelude. Look, yesterday's stage 146 kilometres, likewise today, once again proving that short mountain stages are the recipe for entertaining racing. The 200 kilometre stages, and we had a few of them early in this year's race, that length of the stage really dampened any enthusiasm to race hard. This is the future for the Tour de France, shorter stages when we're in the mountains.
I think, Matt, even on the flatter stages, go for shorter stages and try and put in a level of difficulty that still suits the sprinters, but they've got to work to get there, but also gives the attackers an opportunity. it's almost like building a stage like a handicap race. Give everyone a chance at winning the stage, but everyone an equal chance.
I like the theory.
It's just hard to find the right roads in some regions of France. Sometimes it's completely flat. It's not so much as a speed hump.
And the course for next year's Tour de France will be announced in late October. We'll never tire of images like this.
And I've just had a flashback, Matt. I remember riding this descent 10 years ago, and it's all just come flooding back to me. I was on my own at that point because it was much later in the stage.
I thought you looked like you'd broken out in a cold sweat.
It was one of the few good parts of the stage because it was downhill. And that year was also a finish in Morzine.
A bit like, to paraphrase John Cleese, 2006 Morzine, Floyd Landers. I said it once, I think I got away with it. Don't mention the wall. It was a dramatic day, and it turned out to be even more dramatic a week or so after the Tour de France finished. Wilco Kelderman is desperate to try and make that breakaway work, but there's so many others that want to be in the move. There's going to be no green light and free rein. To get the break to work today is going to take an enormous effort.
There's a lot of riders out there today, Matt, that are just thinking, leave it all out on the road, because there's no use in saving themselves for tomorrow into Paris. They know they're just going to finish the Tour, and the chance of them getting away on that stage are slim to absolutely less than zero. Today's the day. Get amongst it.
This is stunning. I'm not sure how they've managed to do that, but it is absolutely stunning. This is Michael Matthews in the breakaway. For those of you who are watching in Australia, and no doubt there'll be plenty in Canberra, Roman Sicard also trying to go across from the Direct Energy team. Galopin, though, he is the one, along with Kelderman, most determined to make this work.
Well, Galopin in the break yesterday, and the break didn't succeed. He was brought back, so he said try and try again. That's the mantra. As this is Ilnur Zakarin trying to come across, and this is the hill before the first climb, that Category 2. Thomas de Gent marking him. He's looking for the free ride to get across, where his teammate Galopin is driving the pace in the break.
He wants to get to Paris as quickly as he can, Ilnur Zakarin, so he can then go home and meet his daughter for the first time.
And he's obviously got the legs to pull off another stage win, just like he did to Finot-Emosson a few days ago. But he knows it's probably going to have to be in the break, and he'll power on over the top of this and give it everything on the Category 2 to try and join that break.
Scanning our way, courtesy of the helicopter images across the top of Montchavin, which goes to 2,400 metres. Flick of the elbow, that's Ben Gestur, a Luxembourg rider for AG2R. Matthews, Benedetti, Costa, and Zakarin in the background. You can just see the red, followed by de Gent. He's not looking to Thomas de Gent to work with him, and Thomas is just trying to hold on. Vincenzo Nibali, this is from back in the peloton. Astana, they've still got a plan, and they've still got hopes for Fabio Aru.
You could be forgiven if you think you're watching a replay of yesterday's stage, because a similar situation. Break up the road and Astana start to ride immediately. Vincenzo Nibali, he's looking for a bit of redemption. They had the race under pressure yesterday, but Vincenzo himself crashed at the same moment as Chris Froome. But they're back to work, looking to make things hard, because they saw Fabio Aru was quite good yesterday. Just lost a few seconds right at the end. But they're thinking a hard race suits Fabio. So they're going to keep up the pace.
He said he's not satisfied. He wants a stage win, and he still dares to dream of something dramatic happening and going from 6th and up into the top 3. And he only needs less than 2 minutes. He needs 1 minute and 33 seconds to get himself a spot on the podium. Anything is still possible. Vakoc from edX Quickstep, Benedetti, Matthews, Goujar, and then it is Gestur. And Vincenzo Nibali, after his crash yesterday, the Italian press, they thought, well, perhaps that was Chris Froome's fault, because they did it almost in a tandem motion. He said it wasn't Chris Froome's fault. It was just so slippery. My front wheel went out, regardless of what happened with Chris Froome. In the race, it could be a record. The smallest ever was in around about 19 or thereabouts. There was 11 finishes. Can you imagine rolling into the finish line with a peloton of 11? It'd be like a junior club race. But it was a completely different event back then, and it was all about being a test of endurance with stages of 400 kilometres. down through the valley where things are quick. And just trying to identify exactly the main peloton. This is it. This is what is left of the peloton. The yellow jersey with Chris Froome. Behind him you can see the yellow helmet's been worn by Movistar. They're the leaders of the team's classification. Looking for a BMC jersey in there, Robbie McEwen.
Bit hard to spot from that height. So a group has made its way across. There's been a split at the front of the peloton. It's forced all the favourites to follow. A few have gotten on. Vincenzo Nibali has joined the group, I think, at the back. Wait for confirmation there, but I do see an Astana jersey, and I thought I recognised the style of Nibali.
You know it's an aggressive start to the race when you could make the argument that the breakaway is actually the peloton.
Well, I wonder what has happened there, because the whole peloton was getting onto the back and then suddenly a split with a group of favourites. Now the rest of the peloton returning.
There is Caruso on the right-hand side of the screen for BMC. So Richie Porte can't be too far away. Looking for the white colours of AG2R Le Mondial with Romain Bardet. This is Warren Barguil once again trying to get across. He was one of the early riders to move. And now he starts to climb 6.6 kilometres to the top of this one. This is Dylan van Baarle at the front. He has an Australian connection. His cousins are the Chapmans, who race in the National Road Series in Australia.
And they're from Newcastle.
They are indeed.
Your father, Craig, back in the day, raced with him in the 90s.
Who is married to the father of Dylan van Baarle's sister. He's married the sister of Dylan van Baarle's father.
Now you're confusing me. Let's just say their mum is Dutch.
Their mum is Dutch.
And they're related.
So we're going with the Australian connection nonetheless, plus the Drapac connection with the Cannondale Drapac team. Now this is most definitely the peloton. And there is Richie Porte. He sits behind Domenico Pozzovivo. The white jersey of Adam Yates is also in there.
Matt, let's talk about Richie Porte. Yesterday, he was the man who really needed to go on the attack. He was the man who started that stage, having momentum, as we said, rode a great time trial. And we thought, everybody thought, even the other riders thought, Richie Porte is the one with the energy, with the strength left in this race to make an impact on GC. He crashed. He came back after quite a tough chase, got onto the climb and tried to attack and didn't seem to have it. I was talking to him last night and I guess in a way consoling him, saying, mate, bad luck, but at least you had a go. Maybe tomorrow you'll go better. He said, it would have been a lot easier if my wheel wasn't rubbing on the frame on the last climb. From that crash, it shifted his back wheel. He didn't dare stop anymore to try and readjust it. The chase was too frantic to get back on. Then there was the attacking and chasing on the final climb. He said, I just had to go with it, but it was rubbing the whole way up. I'll be better today, and I'll attack again.
Therefore, he has not lost hope. His back is against the wall, but he has not lost hope of reaching the podium. He needs 50 seconds on Nairo Quintana. Can he do it?
Well, if you can see people at home who don't know what a hand sling is, think of the Madison race on the velodrome, where you swap with your teammate, one rider in the race, the other circling the top of the track. They drop down, and then as the faster rider comes through, it's a relay changeover, and they grab the hand of their partner and they use momentum to sling them back into the race. And that's what Adam Yates did with Ruben Platzer yesterday. And it's a no-no in road cycling.
And Bennett is there. Well done. He's at the back of that group. Pantano is in the move again in the white colours. Pierre Rolland yesterday. How fortunate was he with such a dramatic fall? He slid so long and then off into the dirt. He was lucky he didn't hit a barrier or that motorbike that was just on the side of the road.
Yeah, sometimes it's not the speed of the crash that's important. It's how fast you get stopped. And in a way, it was lucky for Rolland. He slid off the road and onto the dirt and kept sliding for a bit. But he said himself, I was just completely stunned And it took me a while to come to my senses and figure out I better get another bike and keep moving. And now he just says, I just want to get to Paris. But his morale's even better than that because he was the first man to attack today. Got caught, went again, and he's up there. It's nice to see Roland, his aggressive attitude, his positive attitude, rewarded with a good result today. And Thomas De Gendt, talking about aggressive attitude, he is saying, too many non-climbers in this group. I'm going to lure out the better climbers. Whoever's coming, you better get on.
Roman Kreuziger is in this group, along with Peter Sagan. There's Kreuziger, number 36 on the far side. He's 12th overall. He's now a threat to the top 10 in the general classification. Sky, they're not concerned about Roman Kreuziger, but they do want to contain things. Reichenbach at the rear of the group. He's in 14th position. He's 21 minutes down.
Just in front of him was Lee Howard, the boy from Geelong for the IM cycling team, getting his way through to the end of his first tour.
So it's a surprise to see Sebastian Reichenbach at the back of the main peloton.
Heavy crash yesterday, fell rather awkwardly on one of those descents, and he was one of the early crashes. Just after Roland crashed, the next one to go down was Reichenbach.
Pantano now responding to Thomas De Gendt. He knows the quality of Thomas De Gendt, and here comes Daniel Tekle-Harmanot, the Eritrean national champion, attacking out of the Sky-led peloton.
Now, we just said, with that gap still quite small, it's an opportunity on the Category 2 for anyone who's missed the move to try and go across. Tekle-Harmanot, he's realised that. No Dimension Data teammates up in the break as far as I saw. So Tekle-Harmanot taking the responsibility to go and represent. As here we're at the back of the peloton, Reichenbach, Howard, Michael Albacini from Orica Bike Exchange.
Just in front of them, Marcel Kittel.
And Thomas De Gendt is luring a few riders out of that break on this Cat 2 climb. The chase coming across.
That is how you make the race. The performance of Thomas De Gendt every time in those big breakaways. To steer the rear of the group. Richesi is there from edX Quickstep. And this is a reaction from Brice Feillu.
He's coming out of the peloton as well. Same as Daniel Tekle-Harmanot.
And no reaction coming from Sky. This is a sad sight to see Sebastian Reichenbach at the back of the race in this condition. You can see the knee is bandaged up. There's sprinters that are still in contact, and he's slipping backwards. Support for Marcel Kittel. Well, last Sunday on the 10th of July, in fact it was 2 Sundays ago now, they had the 24th edition of L'Etape du Tour. And the finish line was right here in Morzine. And they started in Megève, where the stage got underway today. They had 11,471 riders from 62 different countries. They covered 122 kilometres. The last climb of the day was the Col de Juplin, which they go over the top of on today's stage. And L'Etape du Tour, it's now going global. It's shifting out around the world. In September, there'll be an edition of L'Etape du Tour in Brazil. There'll be one in Great Britain in September, likewise in Mexico. And then in December, on the 3rd of December, there'll be a L'Etape du Tour in Australia. You can ski at any time of year, Robbie.
You can, and talking about those L'Etape du Tours and all those different places, if you can't wait till December, you'd like a warm-up, a bit of a training run, or you can't get to Mexico or Brazil or the UK, come and ride my Gran Fondo on the Gold Coast. September 25.
Don't invite Thomas De Gendt, because it wouldn't be very sociable, because he just rides too hard. He doesn't like keeping company with anyone. When he was warming up on the home trainer this morning, you could see the wounds weeping through the white bandages that he had on. That is the smallest sign of the grimace we've seen from Pierre Rolland. He's been one of the unsung heroes of the race.
Well, he's a real trier, you've got to give him that. Almost crashing out yesterday, but determined to make it to Paris as Thomas De Gendt comes over the top of the Category 2 climb of the Col de Aravis and takes the points. But that jersey already wrapped up by Raphael Maker.
Unassailable lead for Rafael Majka in the race for the King of the Mountains classification. Degen is just securing second place ahead of Hansen Pantano. Frank Schleck, number 65 in the black and white colours from Trek Segafredo.
Ilnur Zakarin, Peter Sagan, Rui Costa. Tony Gallopin there from Lotto Soudal.
And everybody's still working really hard together. That was a solid tempo. When you saw the body language of Ilnur Zakarin, who's a very good climber, they were still moving. Strong time trialist Thomas Degen. He finished in 6th position in the individual time trial a few days ago. And when you look at the quality of the riders in front of him, Dumoulin, Froome, Port, and also Aru, it was a good result, 6th place on that stage.
Thomas Degen maybe not getting the result he desired over that Category 2 climb, trying to lure some stronger climbers out of that group and build a bigger gap. The rest content to just work together as a bigger group, try and build that advantage and rely on Sky just setting a tempo and letting them get away. Now out to just over 2 minutes with 125 kilometres remaining and low cloud hanging over the valley. And the riders will have just about everything crossed they can afford to while controlling their bikes, hoping that that rain's not going to fall on them, or at least not on the road.
They're in the lap of the gods, the weather gods for that. Team Sky is still in control of this group. And as we made reference a moment ago to the individual time trial of a couple of days ago, let's just reflect on yesterday and the crash for Tom Dumoulin. He's got a clean fracture of the radius. The normal recovery is 40 days. The individual time trial at the Olympics is in 18 days. He has said he's still hopeful and he hopes to be in good shape and get there. Can he do it?
If it's a nice clean break, they operate straight away, everything goes smoothly, they put a plate on it. No reason why he can't be okay for Rio, but I doubt he'd be 100%. There's still your body trying to recover from the Tour de France and from the injury, and of course it's going to limit how hard he can pull on the handlebars or support himself out of the saddle on certain parts of the course. And we've been told it's quite a technical hilly course, which means you can't just sit there smoothly pedalling in the seat. But back to the race that's on here.
Luke Durbridge coming to the front, followed by Daryl Impey, then the white jersey of Adam Yates. He has not given up on the podium.
Rain spots on the camera on the motorbike, so the rain is coming down on the road, and that would explain why teams are bringing their leaders to the front. Try and be at the front, set the tempo yourself on the descent, one you're comfortable with, not in the bunch where someone else might slip and end your race for you. This is going to be a dangerous moment.
So 5 points for Degen to add to his tail in the King of the Mountains classification. The chase is now on behind him. They're at 30 seconds. Gregory Rust is there. They've got 10 kilometres to hit the intermediate sprint, where Peter Sagan will pick up more points and he'll break his record for the most he's ever managed to accumulate in the battle for the green. He's 7 points away from his tally from last year. Sky with that 4 minute and 11 second buffer. That was, could you please get out of the way, courtesy of Sam Bennett. I'm not sure whether that needed any translation, Robbie.
I'm not sure that's the literal translation of what Benedetti just said to the motorbike. As we said before, sometimes the bikes can't take the corners as fast as the riders. Benedetti looming up on the back of the moto there in that hairpin.
Clear as day, that was.
None too happy.
When you are racing, I know for a certainty that you spend a lot of time looking at the weather forecasts, wind directions, rain, etc. How much time do you think the directors from Sky would have paid attention to that overnight and this morning? Because it's going to play a big part of the stage, because now where Thomas Degen is, it is really tumbling down. How quickly it changes.
It changes extremely quickly in the mountains. You look at the radar, it runs a few minutes behind reality, but you can just see in this area around Morzine and just to the south, you see isolated showers. So this shouldn't last too long. But the important thing for the riders is it's happening now and they're on a downhill.
And I wonder how much Froome's nerve has been rattled after the crash yesterday.
A lot.
Richie Port as well. Balcom Mollema, another one. There were lots of riders that crashed, even Vincenzo Nibali.
You know what? Even the ones who didn't crash yesterday will be rattled.
It's dry for these guys.
Not for long.
Not for long indeed, and the communication will be coming back.
I'm waiting to see some hand waving, the signal coming from the front. Take it easy, slow down, let's be careful here. Because Chris Froome will be thinking, I don't want a repeat of yesterday, please. And you see the rain now coming down, and look at the speed drop as they come in towards the corners.
Ian Stannard and Luke Rowe controlling it at the fronts.
It's almost walking pace around the corner. All very aware. Oh, Chris Froome, he's nervous. See that little twitch?
Saw it. And then the team lining up behind them, it is AG2R Le Mondial who took it on yesterday on the way down in the rain. Bardet has been in equal portions criticised and praised for that tactic.
In one portion, praised by the French. All praise. The French loved it. They finally got their stage win, their first one in this Tour de France.
One of the nice moments coming out of that stage yesterday from AG2R Le Mondial was hearing from Michael Charel, who was the one that started all the action on the way down. And he said that in the last 2 kilometres, when he was hearing that Bardet was going to win the stage and move to second, he rode with tears in his eyes. He's never won a race in his professional career, Michael Charel. He does everything to help somebody else win. That says a lot about his character and how important it was for him to support his team leader.
When you can play a role in a big win like that, and he was largely responsible for building the gap that Romain Bardet had at the bottom of that climb, that's a big moment for him. And Bardet himself said he was riding on emotion, looking into the people's eyes and using their emotion to help power him on the climb.
And Michael Charel, as we watch Chris Froome gingerly on this descent, he made a pretty quick assessment of his own abilities. He told Bardet, I can't help you on the climb. I don't have the legs to go with these other guys that are inside the top 10. I can help you though on the way down. Let's go. Luke Rowe gave a good example of this from the Sky team, who's sitting up towards the front, just nursing the yellow jersey around these corners. He has said the race he dreams about winning is Paris-Roubaix. He went there as a 9-year-old to watch it for the first time. Last year he came into the velodrome with one other rider, so there was 2 of them, and they were racing for 9th position. And he thought, do we just enjoy this lap or do I race for 9th? And he said, I'm sprinting for 9th as if I'm sprinting for the win, because one day I want to sprint for the win and I want practice.
And there's only one way to practice a situation like that, and it's do it in race mode. And a lot of opportunities you're not going to get.
Cyril Gauthier and Pierre Rolland, the 2 who were slightly ginger on the descent, but it's understandable that they've been distanced by Peter Sagan. Peter Sagan at the front, followed then by Matthews, Kelderman. It is Costa, Dylan van Baarle and Kreuziger.
Very interesting move by Kreuziger. This break will have to get a much bigger gap than this for him to really threaten the top 5. Kreuziger at the moment, 9 minutes and 45 down on GC.
He's 2 minutes away from the top 10. And he won a top 10.
But it'll be a good result if he could crack the top 10.
And then what sort of a tour can you make an assessment of with Tinkoff? 3 stage wins, green jersey, polka dot jersey, and a rider in the top 10.
Complete success, except they came here to win the Tour with Alberto Contador. But I think they're getting over that. And I wonder if Oleg Tinkoff has started to get closer to a decision about what he's going to do, because he had said after the first stage win of this man, Peter Sagan, if he wins 2 more stages, I'll continue as a sponsor. Then he won 2 more stages. And I heard Oleg had said, I'm thinking about it.
We look forward to hearing more. Sergio Henao is also in that front group, Colombian climber from Team Sky. And as for his position in the overall standings, he's 13th. So he's just 1 position behind Romain Kreuziger. But he's a long way in terms of time. It goes from 9 minutes and 45 out to 18 minutes and 51 seconds.
And there'll be very little concern to Team Sky about where he finishes overall. They'll have a plan for him out there. Just sit out there, sit tight. He'll sit at the back of this group. I'm not sure he'll even contribute. So we come to the sprint.
500 metres to the sprint, and we've seen Thomas de Gent. He's contested the sprints. He's in 7th position in the points classification. Michael Matthews is 3rd. And Michael Matthews, he wants the maximum points. You get the sense, based on the way he contested the intermediate sprint yesterday. But do they pay respect to Peter Sagan? Thomas de Gent doesn't, because Thomas de Gent wants the prizes, and Michael Matthews, as Thomas looks the wrong way, Michael Matthews will be collecting 20 points in the race for the green jersey and consolidating 3rd, and Thomas de Gent isn't too pleased.
Well, you saw how that all played out just now as Peter Sagan crosses the line in 3rd place. Michael Matthews figured, well, Peter Sagan has an unassailable lead. It really doesn't matter if he takes no points here. He's not going to move up further than he is. He's already got it won. I just get a little bit closer. But Thomas de Gent came next to Sagan and sort of said, hey, do you mind if I just go and get the extra points? Because I can move up a little bit. You don't mind? Are you sure? Okay, good. Oh, Michael Matthews has already gone. Oh, well, I wasn't going to beat him anyway in the sprint.
He's now moved himself from 7th to 6th.
So Sagan gave him the nod and the little wave. Go ahead.
What do
I need with more points?
He asked for permission, and Michael Matthews just took it.
What do they say? Easier to ask for forgiveness than to get permission.
It is. This is now Daniel Tekle-Hamenot, along with Warren Barguil and then Brian Coquard through the intermediate sprint point. Coquard having lost contact on the climb. This is a nice set of wheels to follow, but it'll be dropped on the next one.
I'd expect so, but those other two, Barguil and Tekle-Hamenot, looks to me like they are going to get across to that group. Good ride.
They could very well make it. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And still an enormous group as Pierre Rolland and Cyril Gauthier have managed to make contact.
They were so ginger down that descent. Pierre Rolland trying at all costs to avoid the white lines. Cyril Gauthier even fishtailing out of one of the roundabouts at the bottom of the descent, just trying to hang in there. But Team Sky, they've let that break go by another 40-odd seconds since the moment that rain dropped. That 40 seconds came all on that short descent.
This is Mathieu Bodnar at the back of the peloton, who played a big role on the stage in Montpellier when he drove the split. This is Richesi and Vakoc, followed then by Felu. They'll be caught pretty soon by the peloton, and then they'll be in survival mode. A Frenchman who's won one race, and that came 7 years ago. But he's still been trying in the mountains, hasn't quite got the legs to collect one this year. See the red colours off to the left-hand side with the Katusha riders, just sandwiched in amongst the men in the yellow of Lotto NL Jumbo. The shorter of those two, that is Joaquim Rodriguez. He made the point this morning, this is my last stage in the mountains of the Tour de France forever. It'd be an emotional moment. What was it like for you, your last stage of the Tour de France?
The last mountain stage was good riddance, but at the time, I actually didn't know I was riding my last Tour de France. It was 2010, my last one. I kept racing until halfway through 2012, but retired shortly before the Tour de France. Going into 2011, I didn't know if I'd be riding it or not, so it sort of, I didn't know during the last tour that was it. I was just happy to get through it. It was a sufferfest.
Vincenzo Nibali, Tony Galopin, Frank Schleck, Tom Jelter-Schlachter, Julian Alaphilippe, Bennett, Pantano, Gendebos. Marino is here for Movistar, Zacharin from Katusha, Guster from AG to Le Mondial. Jakob Fuglsang is also in amongst it from the Astana team. This is a class breakaway off the front, but it is a very big group, and expect it to be broken up somewhat on the next climb. The Church of Notre Dame de l'Assomption. They just make their way past. They won't have time to read the clock. This church was first built back in 1146. At least that's when the construction of it started. And now they start the climb. It's an 11-kilometre climb with an average gradient of almost 6%. The Col de Colombier. Thomas de Gent is coming to the front. They're almost at the top of the climb. They're inside the last few hundred metres, and he wants more points for the polka dots. As Tekla Hamanot is being dropped by Warren Barguil, the Frenchman recognising the importance of making contact before the descent starts.
He's riding his King of the Mountain sprint right now and has been for most of this climb. To his advantage, the rest of the group have let de Gent and Pantano go. That's good news for Barguil and for Tekla Hamanot.
Across the top, more points for Thomas de Gent, more points for de Gent. He consolidates second position because it was Pantano who was behind him. You saw the surrender on the face of Pantano. He recognised the strength of de Gent. And here comes Warren Barguil. He's making contact. The Frenchman has shown plenty of pluck. Perhaps he's been inspired by Romain Bardet. The Category 1 climb, so 10 points for Thomas de Gent, 8 points added for Pantano. And now Daniel Tekla Hamanot, Robbie, he has to take the risks on the way down to make contact.
And more raindrops.
The peloton's still very large. Look at that mural for Bernard Hinault. Looks like Banksy has paid a visit. That is fantastic.
And the expression on the face there doing justice to the location.
Yes. Daryl Limpy out of the saddle for Orica Bike Exchange with the white jersey behind him.
He's looking more and more like a climber every day. Surprised us with his form in the mountains on this Tour de France. He's starting to look more and more like a climber, getting very lean, the South African.
But remains the best lead-out man for Orica Bike Exchange for the sprinters.
I just spotted Lee Howard just hanging in there at the back of the peloton at this point. So good job by him to still be there at this point, going over a Category 1 climb. And get over this. Down the next valley with the bunch, you've made the time cut, you've finished the Tour de France, you can see Paris.
I do love that expression. This is a problem,
Sergio Nau,
in the breakaway. The neutral service. Not sure whether you picked that up at home. There was just a massive crack of thunder. The team car has now arrived behind Sergio, and he won't worry about chasing the breakaway surely at this point, unless he's within 30 seconds still, because his job is going to be to stick with Chris Froome later on.
But I'm sure the plan was for Hinault to get through this next section of valley, through the feed zone and onto the Col de la Ramaz, to then be on standby for Chris Froome. So that's not going to plan for Team Sky.
Groenewegen Howard still in contact at the back of the peloton. Team Sky cruising at the front. Pantano, he is one of the best descenders. He's opened up a small gap. As we've mentioned a couple of times, as a reference point for the ability of Pantano on the way down, is he was the last guy that Peter Sagan was able to distance on the notorious descent into Gap last year. There's the general classification, 4 minutes and 11 seconds, the advantage for Chris Froome. It is then 4:27 to Nairo Quintana, followed by Yates, who is at 4:46, then Richie Porte at 5:17. And Roman Kreuziger now has moved up into 5th position. He's at 5 minutes and 1 second down. Those little variations that you can see on the time is just based on what their spot is within that peloton. The times that I was giving you was in reference to what it was at the end of yesterday's stage.
They've got over one of the biggest climbs of the day. They're more than halfway through now effectively, because downhill, valley, they're going to make it.
Pantano, he's now been joined by Kreuziger, who did a lot of cyclocross racing as a junior. He was a silver medalist at the Junior World Championships in cyclocross. His dad was a gold medalist. It's the breakaway contingent. A little ginger, that was Ben Gasteur, the Luxembourg rider from AG to Le Mondial. As the motorbike is having a few problems keeping up with Sergio Hinault. A peloton strung out in single file on the way down the Col de Colombier. 5 minutes and 11 seconds now, the advantage. Inside the last 100 kilometres. This is the last big battle for the climbers, the last big battle for spots inside the top 10 overall. And then tomorrow it is into Paris for the sprinters. Team Sky making the most of that buffer that Chris Froome has been able to build up throughout the past 19 stages of the race.
And he's held the yellow jersey since the end of stage 8 in Bagnères de Luchon. So a long old stint helping him get towards that milestone of 50 of Jacques Anquetil.
Very cautious on the way down here, Team Sky. And Froome is leaving quite a gap. The yellow sleeve just poking out. He's got the vest on to protect himself against the cold. Adam Yates paying very close attention towards the front of the white jersey, the best young rider. It was a brilliant performance yesterday by Louis Meintjes. He has moved closer to Yates in the battle for white. He's now 2 minutes and 16 seconds down. But the stage result yesterday for Louis Meintjes, he was in 4th position. 3rd was Alejandro Valverde, and 5th was Nairo Quintana. That's a pretty good Movistar sandwich to be in between for the young South African. And he's returned to the front again, Peter Sagan. They're about to hit the Valley Road. He hasn't taken enormous risks on the way down, but they have managed to force a little bit of a split. Vincenzo Nibali is there, and it looked as if Rui Costa was also amongst it, who is a wet weather specialist, Rui Costa. Yesterday he said that perhaps the difference between him winning the stage or not was the fact that Pierre Rolland crashed. He was really disappointed when he heard that Pierre Rolland crashed because the two of them together might have been able to hold on. Well placed in the general classification is Louis Meintjes. He's in 8th position overall at 7 minutes and 2 seconds behind. He was 4th on the stage yesterday. He's still very young at 24. He's in career best form and the future looks very bright. We took the time to catch up with him before today's stage got underway. So here he is. Has shown that he's a pretty good rider, but so too is Louis Meintjes. Some thinking that he is potentially the first South African to at some point win the Tour de France. He's taken a big step forward this year. He abandoned the race last year on around about stage 17 or 18. And even though he was leaving the team that he was with, MTM Quebecer, he asked the team for support to go to the Volta a España so he can really go full noise in a 3-week tour. They gave him that support and he finished in 10th place. And he's now moved on for Lamprey, and it's been the best signing of the season for Lamprey, without question.
Well, Peter Sagan had them under relatively, well, let's just say a lot of pressure up the hill. Now even more on the downhill.
As Pierre Rolland, once again, he is at the back and looking, understandably so, super cautious. The gap opens up just a couple of bike lengths every time from the rider in front of him, and then there's a bigger gap again towards the front. What was a leading group is now split into 3.
Still wet and dry patches down here. Team Sky, well, they'll be very relieved, especially Chris Froome, to see it's mostly dry now after they've come over the top. They'll also be getting radio messages from the team car, because in the team car they've got the TVs on. They can see what's happening in the race. They'll be able to tell them the break further down the road, they're on dry roads, get all the updates, and they'll also know beforehand when it's going to get wet. Be prepared to come around that next corner and suddenly have wet road in front of them. So it's a very important thing, especially today for a guy like Chris Froome after that big touchdown yesterday.
Tyre pressure.
Maybe 5 or 10 PSI less. We do get a fair few people asking us, well, why don't they put on wet weather tyres? It's more, but not so much about the compound. Wet weather tyres, like on cars, it's the profile of the tyre itself. You can't really build the profile like that into a bike tyre. It's pretty much one compound, one kind of tyre for all conditions. Manufacturers have tried it in the past, but it wasn't so effective.
And just slightly less pressure gives you just a little bit more grip.
That's the biggest difference you can make, just adjusting the pressure in the tyres. So letting it just a few squirts of air out, maybe 10 psi. Surprising what a difference it does make.
No problems for Luke Rowe, though, at the front for Sky. And it's Geraint Thomas now who is behind him. It's been Rowan Stannard throughout the majority of the stage, setting the tempo for the peloton, which is now almost 5.5 minutes behind the group of Roman Kreuziger, because he's the one that is doing the most damage. He has moved up into 5th position overall, and he has displaced Richie Porte down to 6th.
Well, at 9:45, and as the gap continues to grow, he's almost lining up to overtake Romain Bardet in 2nd virtually.
He's getting very close, actually.
So there will start to be a little bit of panic coming from the peloton, and I'm certain that teams are going to send riders to the front. There's a lot of riders left in the peloton, a lot of fast men who are just struggling to be there, but get to the front, do something, ride, do a few turns along the valley, and then see the pace increase on the next climb, the Col de la Ramaz, because they can't just let this go too far. Even though they know yesterday, from the favourites, Kreuziger lost 2 minutes. A guy like Richie Porte lost a minute as well.
The Chateau Rouge, an enormous chateau. It was a huge pilgrimage spot for a long time, and then the monks were thrown out in 1901, and it was transformed into a hotel for a little while. But then the daughter of the Italian Prime Minister brought the building in 1922, and she restored it into a convent, which it still operates as today. Looks like a relaxing spot. A nice pond out in the backyard. Oh, for the peloton today, they'll be pretty keen to get back to the hotel at the end of proceedings. And for Roman Kreuziger, he might be going back with a huge smile on his face, no matter how good his bedroom is.
And we see here now the riders back in bright sunshine. Peter Sagan's shadow chasing him down the descent, trying its hardest to keep up.
Otherwise known as Pantano. Just those little gaps that he opens up through the corners. So good. His ability to lay the bike over and look in complete control, and then you can see the tension in the body of Pierre Rolland by contrast.
It's funny you mentioned, I was thinking that on the way on the drive to the finish here before the commentary started, before we had live pictures. I was thinking about the way Peter Sagan descends and comparing it to some other riders. One, he's got the descending ability to line things up, right? We were talking about it yesterday. Eyes up, entry point, apex, exit, always eyes up. But he's also got that confidence and ability mid-corner. He can get in there, something's not quite going right, but staying loose, staying relaxed, and making the adjustment, leaning his body to the side, pushing his bike out another way, where other riders freeze. They tense up, and then it goes really wrong. That's the big difference. Dealing with an unexpected situation, little slip, Sagan just leans into it more, puts his bike a bit more upright, does something a lot more flowing.
Brian Cockart just caught by the peloton. He was in the early breakaway. Do you put that ability of Peter Sagan down to all the time that he spent on the dirt as a kid, where he's used to the bike drifting around a bit as a cyclocross rider and as a mountain bike rider, where you do get lots of surprises?
I think it just comes from being cool.
Just comes from being Peter Sagan. This is sign on the side of the road for Henri Pellissier, who was the winner of the Tour de France in 1923. Henri, I should say, for the French pronunciation. And onto the climb, and it is still the green jersey, Peter Sagan, who is doing all the pacemaking. Even Pantano looks as if he is grimacing at the back of the group, sitting in second last position. Nibali looks relatively comfortable. Julien Alaphilippe, he has said that throughout this race he's been riding every day as if there is no stage tomorrow. He's doing it again. The church of Saint-Gervais, Saint-Protois, which was consecrated in January 1485. It's dedicated to the twin brothers of Gervais and Protois, who died as martyrs in the 1st century during the reign of Emperor Nero, which was between the year 37 and 68. peloton is effectively still all together. We haven't even seen many of the sprinters lose contact. And they hit the base of the climb with 14 kilometres uphill, and Greipel is still there.
So it shows you how many riders are still left in this peloton. Sprinters are still there in the bunch. They're hitting the Col de la Ramaz now. Team Astana trying to ramp things up, but every other team with a GC contender have flat out refused to do any sort of chasing in the peloton and leave Kreuziger with a 5.5 minute lead with 2 climbs to go.
It's as if they're all playing a game of chicken, and it's Astana who are the first to blink. But they've been the team always prepared to take it on. Tirolongo is done. He gave every last drop that he had. It's now Lutsenko that goes to the fronts.
And you know what, Matt? Most teams now that they haven't ridden since the last descent and through that valley, they've missed their opportunity to have an impact, most of them, because a lot of teams don't have a team that can set the pace. Look at the gap that's opened up now. They've still got Rowe on the front of Team Sky. He's just let the Astanas go because Fabio Aru is sitting further back.
And there's no point the riders from Astana setting that tempo without Fabio Aru behind them.
He's got to stay in the wheel or the others aren't going to bother to follow.
And then the Astana riders have to wait. These are the chasers stuck in the middle at 51 seconds behind. Thomas de Gendt in the red colours. Sergio Henao in the black colours for Team Sky. That's George Bennett in the yellow from Lotto NL Jumbo, who's trying to get this group going. It's on the climb where Bennett can have an impact.
And Bennett doesn't need to worry about looking behind him. The race is in front. Those riders, Sagan, Nibali, Costa, Izaguirre, they're well up the road. Don't worry about what's behind George. Just go. Final opportunity. It's not going to be tomorrow on the Champs-Elysees. Up it.
He's in his first Tour de France, George Bennett. Luis Leon Sanchez riding at the front. Triple winner from Belgium of the Tour de France on the right-hand side of the road.
This is Bernard Eisel from the Dimension Data team. Andre Greipel along with Marcel Seberg. Thomas Vauclair here going out the back. So riders starting to be dispatched out of the peloton, but also knowing that the time cut not going to be an issue for them. And look at the size of the gruppetto already formed. There's been a big break in the peloton, I think. Serge Paul's in the middle here. And it's all happening. That is the gruppetto. And a lot of riders still sliding out the back door of the main bunch.
Across the finish line yesterday, when that group of the sprinters came across the line, Bernard Eisel was at the front of it, and he said, same group, same time, see you tomorrow.
Stock standard, we call that. It becomes Groundhog Day in the mountains for that group. Hang in till the right moment. When you've got to the point where you think it's going to be no problem, we just have to ride our own tempo from here on in. And it happens very naturally, and those groups get bigger as the days go on in the Tour de France. Quite big gruppettos just making their way across the line. Happy they're going to make it to Paris. But a lot of the guys in there, very nervous day for them tomorrow. A lot of stress, a lot of relieved. Made it. Tour's over. Not for the sprinters.
Not for Andre Greipel, who's yet to get a stage victory. He'll be the one under the most pressure. Luis Leon Sanchez at the front, followed by Lutsenko. Team Sky, they now move up to the slipstream of Astana, but their team leader, Fabio Aru, is still around about 10 lengths back. This is Cyril Gauthier now losing contact. The group of the chasers at around about 55 seconds behind the leaders on the road, with Roman Kreuziger with so much to gain. Ilnaz Zakarin in the red colours of Katusha. He's been patient. He's the sort of rider capable of bridging the gap. Warren Barguil in the white colours, who was one of the last to join the group. Wilco Kelderman in yellow was the first to get things started today. And Thomas de Gendt in red from Lotto Soudal. He's always prepared to do some pacemaking. The rider from Trek Segafredo, Jesper Stuyven. He has made an impressive debut. His parents were at the 500-metre mark to go on stage 2, and he was caught with 450 metres to go as Peter Sagan collected the stage win. Sagan, Kreuziger, Gujart, Izaguirre, Costa, Alaphilippe, Pantano and Nibali still holding on to a 5-minute advantage. He's slipping back down to 3rd place overall now, Roman Kreuziger. The green jersey, his job is done. Another brilliant performance. We'll see him tomorrow in Paris. He'll be on the podium once again as the winner of the green jersey, and he's a chance to win the stage because it's a strongman sprint.
But he's used some of that strength today.
He would go well in the world's strongest man competition, Peter Sagan, if he trained for it.
Izzy Gear lost his brother a couple of days ago in the Tour when he crashed out.
Well, nice job there by Julian Alaphilippe in the dark blue jersey. This is the second group on the road, and in fact they're now only 25 seconds. In fact, there as they come around the corner, and it's our good old friend Thomas de Gendt on the front there in the red jersey, and he is just stomping away here.
Well, it looks like after a long chase, it's no longer 25 seconds, just around the corner, maybe 20. We are on the climb. Warren Barguil is 111. Look
Nibali.
at this. Vincenzo Nibali. His team are chasing him down and he's breaking away.
Well, this actually plays into a very good tactical move from him as we see that acceleration. You know, he accelerated. He came around the steep part of the corner and said, right, I'm just going to try my legs here for a moment. But, you know, as he initially opened the gap, immediately behind him, there was a reaction, and now he's putting the pedal to the metal to the pedal one more time.
Gougier came up to him. He had to come back from a problem earlier. But Pantano, the man in white, is always up for a fight in this tour. He's developed so quickly over particularly the latter half in the mountains of this year's Tour de France. Again, the respect to the terrorist action in Nice. As the peloton now reducing in size. Jens, what do you think of that? Astana on the front, and at the very front, Nibali attacking.
This Tour de France never ceased to amaze me. But looking at the race now, Nibali probably went, you know what? Screw all the tactics, let the legs talk, and I'm gonna go. I will show you who is boss here of this situation, and I think he just wants to take charge of the situation and just wants to make the race a little more clear and easier to understand. But it looks like he couldn't get away from the group. Now he's caught again, but I still wouldn't count him out. He's still a very smart rider.
But Jensi, what about the fact that, you know, if you can manage the situation properly on the road, and Astana just pegged that gap, they're trying a complicated game to try and get the stage victory for Nibali, but just make sure that they protect Fabio Aru's position in the overall standing. Do you think a situation, a tactic like that can work?
Yes, of course, in theory it might work. It might look like the smartest thing you do, but you got to have the team to pull this thing off. You got to have the team to put the plan into reality, and I don't know if this is all going to work out. I think you might end up with empty hands.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
And, see, there already you can see the Argy Desirga is just attacking, and Nibali is not in charge of this race anymore. It's going to be interesting, but no, doesn't look too good for me in my eyes for Astana.
No, because Astana aren't trying to protect Aru's position. They're trying to improve him up to the runner-up position, and that's not going to happen if they ride like this. So they need Nibali back there as well. They're obviously planning a move on the last climb of the day. We'll see if it comes. But right now, Alexis Gougier has put in a move at the front. The gap is at 4:44, and Luis Leon Sanchez sets the pace on the peloton for Astana. And the team profiting, Team Sky and Chris Froome.
And why not that man there, because that's the new man on the block, and of course that's the man that sits second place in the overall standings in the middle there, Romain Bardet, yesterday's stage winner. That he wants to be on the podium when this race gets up into Paris. And yesterday, as Robbie McEwen was explaining, we got that information very late on that he had that problem, and the fact was that he rode up that final climb of the day with a buckled rear wheel that was actually touching on the brakes. And so you try riding up a mountain like the mountain yesterday of La Betex with a wheel that's catching on the brakes. Not a lot of fun. So basically, Richie Porte did a pretty good job yesterday. A quick look back there on the right-hand side. TJ Van Garderen tried to get in the breakaway, but obviously coming out of this Tour de France not in great condition. He too was up in the top 10 overall until we went into the final rest day, but coming out of that final rest day, like he has done on numerous occasions in the past, he just fell to pieces. So Kreuziger now has been caught, and all of a sudden that group is starting to swell in numbers, and I wonder if at this moment he'll start to find a couple of allies.
Gougier looks as though he's in the spot of bother now. After that initial attack, he's unhitched here as we race up towards the top of the Col de la Ramaz. And Wilco Kelderman also now.
Well, it's funny, Phil, how the race turns around from being on the attack on your own to actually slipping off the back of the group. I'm just having a quick look around, and it is interesting to see that all of us, Kreuziger accelerates again. He's not happy with the size of this group. The first man to respond there is Pantano.
Well, they're all out because we didn't see De Gent make his move, and there he is. He's gone for his third mountain climb of the day. He won on the Aravis, he won on the Colombier. He's having a wonderful day to consolidate second place overall in this competition. Pantano is going to come after him in the white because he sits third in that competition. But Thomas de Gent, Paul, I've never seen this man ride such a great tour. So as we look here, Kirienka's gone off the back here too, but this will be from the main field.
Well, in the polka dot standings, Phil, let's not forget at stake 25,000 euros, 15,000 euros and 10,000 euros for the top three. Micah, he's not going to get caught with 209 points. Thomas de Gent with 120. He's in the breakaway. That's him on the front of this group. And Jarlinson Pantano, he's in third place there with 92 points. But there's a fair amount of money at stake. There are 10 points available over the top of this first category climb, the Col de la Ramaz.
Well, the closer he gets to the clouds, the heavier the rain.
Well, he's not very far away now from cresting what I would call the penultimate climb of the Tour de France, the Col de la Ramaz, and here he is.
3 climbs today, 3 victories for De Gent. That one gives him an extra 10 points. In the King of the Mountains, we expect the other 2 to stay away, which will reduce the advantage of Jarlinson Pantano. He's currently third and will stay there. Zakharin is not up in the points just now. He's fourth overall in the mountains. This is the chase group. And you see that it is like a quagmire on the top there, and the dirty brown soily water running across the top. And that may be what they'll have to combat on the way down. In these conditions, the descending can be very, very tense and nervous.
And Peter Sagan, impressively, the leader and more likely the winner of the green jersey points competition, is going to go over the penultimate climb of the Tour de France with the group of the yellow jersey. Well, there's a rather interesting piece of artwork up towards the top end of this climb. Luis Leon Sanchez, and once again the sun's starting to peek through a fraction here. We can see coming to the front for the descent, Astana taking on board bottles just to the left hand side. I spotted somebody from Team BMC trying to hand up a bottle. Luis Leon Sanchez now picking up more riders. These are riders left behind on the slopes of the Col de la Ramaz by the splitting up of the breakaway. That's Frank Schleck, Sylvain Chavanel as the rest of the main field. I would expect them to take a fairly sensible descent here before they conserve a little bit of energy for the final climb of the day.
Everybody racing for themselves on this descent. Now the roads are going to remain pretty wet. We've had shots of long distance shots of Morzine. The rain is still coming down very heavy in Morzine. I couldn't call it a shower anymore because it's been going for quite a while. There is Chris Froome. You know, descending yesterday, Chris Froome had a very bad crash, and he was actually attacking and could well have taken the stage. Goodness knows why you attack when you've got so much time in hand, but he did.
Well, you know, theoretically, I would say he will take it carefully today. He theoretically can't lose the Tour de France. He's got a 4-minute and 11-second advantage. But, you know, we're talking about the mentality of a champion, a real champion. And even though his teammates yesterday were telling him to slow down and calm it down, they said he's just so difficult to calm down and slow. And I think on this final mountain stage, this tough stage today with the Jouplan down towards the end, I just think, Phil, he'll have another crack at trying to put time between himself and everybody else.
That's the type of person he is, and I wouldn't disagree there at all. He quite well might try it, but he really should be a little bit more cautious. He's 24 hours from crowning his 3rd Tour de France championship, and risk is not in the game now. It's not necessary. Remember, he won his first yellow jersey 12 days ago in Luchon by going downhill faster than anybody else. Look at the spray off those back wheels here.
But that descent, Phil, on the descent down into Bagnères de Luchon, I'll remind you, was actually a dry day, and he took some very precarious, low-profile positions onto his machine. And I think today is a dangerous descent coming away from the top of the Jouplan, and the finish is pretty much almost at the bottom of the climb. You come straight down off the Jouplan, a kilometre into Morzine, and there's the finish line. Now, as if Thomas de Gendt is about to get picked up, and I saw the white jersey come around that corner. That's the Colombian rider Yarlinson Pantano, and the rest of the group is not too far off either.
Well, de Gendt wise not to push it. He's done all he needs to consolidate 2nd in the King of the Mountains. Pantano is still 3rd in that competition, even though he hasn't taken out the best of the rest over the top. But we're descending down all the way now to about 25 kilometres to go.
Look at the way, Phil, he gets his knee out. Sorry to interrupt you. Do you see the way he gets his knee out there? That is just like a motorbike rider. Gets the knee right out there to go into the corner, to lower the centre of gravity, just to keep the speed up. Look at this. This is a man who's not afraid at all of taking a few risks. Look at that. Great descending in the wet. And a slightly more cautious approach.
Well, Pierre's been dropped by the group because he is so nervous after his crash yesterday. He crashed at over 80 kilometers an hour.
Well, just having a quick glimpse here, Phil, at Pantano, already a stage winner at the Tour de France. He, according to my computer, is going down this hill at 45 to 49 miles an hour, while a little moment ago there, Pierre Rolland was going a lot slower. And you know, a guy on a bike like this, Phil, down these descents can go around the corner often a lot quicker than the motorbike.
Well, this is the other crazy descender on the Tour. I don't think it's is it Alaphilippe? Yes, the other crazy descender on the Tour de France. Last time he tried this, he did crash.
Yes, but that was after he achieved a maximum speed of 98.5 kilometers an hour going downhill, and that pretty much is 61 miles an hour. Certainly, he shows no fear on a stage like this. And having seen another Frenchman, Phil, get all the glory yesterday, he said, well, let me get rid of the rain jacket now. Let's get down to the job in hand.
He's riding like that. He's taking his jacket off. You can have that one, I think I will, as he's now decided this is it. They are going for the stage win. There's no doubt about that. So they're attacking, and meanwhile, still far behind, Pierre Rolland here is taking it so cautiously. I don't think he's going to see that breakaway again today. These are the two leaders now, with Alaphilippe up here with Pantano. These boys could run away now.
But there's a group not too far behind them. I just noticed Alaphilippe they're both looking over their shoulders. They want to ascertain who is coming across to join them. And in fact, it's around about 5 there. You can just see there's a group of 5 or 6 riders. I would say now, Phil, the better part of caution would be to wait for those riders, because this long valley road, it's very, very flat along the valley, around about 10 to 12 kilometers before they start that final climb of the day. And it's always better to do the valley road in a larger group, because you can conserve a bit of extra energy. 23 kilometers to go to the finish. That's about 15 miles of racing to go to the finish. We do not know who is going to finish on the podium. I'm 99% certain that Chris Froome will get onto the top step, but 2 and 3, that's up for grabs.
It is indeed. Now, I better correct, I said Pantano's first Tour, because he actually finished 19th last year. We didn't see too much of him, but he got round in a very, very respectable position. He's a little bit lower down at the moment, but he's making good time gains just now. He's 22nd in the Tour now, his second Tour de France. 6 minutes 18 behind the peloton here.
Well, here you go. This is the town of Samoa. And here we go, Julien Alaphilippe, and he's about 1 minute and 40 seconds, Phil, ahead of the chase, and they are starting the climb. 11.6 kilometers, that's about 7 miles of climbing. At the top, 5,500 feet. Forget about the average gradient of 8.5, because it's easy to begin with. There's a lot of steepness towards the end, and the maximum gradient just a shade inside of 15%. And after 3 weeks of racing, Phil, that is going to hurt.
They'll take some recompense from the fact it's the last climb of this year's Tour de France. Vincenzo Nibali there, going past Roman Kreuziger, the man who has the most to gain from this go. Wilco Kelderman goes through. Pierre Rolland goes through. He doesn't like descending, but he's going up the hills pretty well. Zakharine had a stage win. These boys, though, Sergio Henao, although they've got themselves together, they're making absolutely no impression on the chase. They're still 1 minute and 46 back.
Well, it's not a question of any impression. They're losing time with every pedal stroke at the moment to those two leaders, Pantano and Alaphilippe. Further down the road, heading into this horrible weather, I'd have to say, as we start to line up for Samoa. And still Froome surrounded by his men. Phil, if I was his team manager now, I would say, look, Chris, don't take any risks. Don't try and win the stage as you did yesterday. Just make sure you stay upright, because if you stay upright, you climb onto the top step of the podium tomorrow. But, you know, in the mind of a champion, it's all about winning. And he may well take a few risks on the descent. There will be a lot of other riders in his group will want to as well.
Samoa, this is the start town as they start to go up the climb. There's the 11.6 kilometer sign for the chase group here. Sat on the back just now, Rui da Costa, another rider who should be in for the most aggressive rider award in this year's race. Driving here at the front now, we've got Daryl Impey riding for Adam Yates to try and close down this gap. Adam Yates in danger here. Adam would also like to be third and not sitting in fourth by the time we go to Paris tomorrow.
Yes.
Geraint Thomas sitting on his wheel here, not interested in attacking at the moment as Daryl Impey keeps the pressure on. They'd have to close it down a long way and all on the descent. Chris Froome there.
In the Movistar jersey, just going by, you might have spotted Nairo Quintana behind him, Dan Martin, and Alejandro Valverde not too far off.
What's this? Oh! What's this? What's going on? Fabio Aru, number 21.
Well, this is a nasty climb. There is no respite to Phil, and all of a sudden he's paying for the difficulty of the final couple of days in these Alps.
Wow, and the team worked so hard to chase Nibali down. They didn't chase him down yet. He's still in front. But come to the main climb of the race, and he's really under pressure. It's Sanchez who did so much work in that chase. I don't think he's come back for him. I think he's getting a bit tired himself.
Well, he will have to try and find something special, Sanchez. He looks over his shoulder and almost in disbelief. This is the pressure of the final couple of days. That's Roman Bardet on the left-hand side in the white jersey with the brown shorts just touching his ear. He looks pretty comfortable as he sits there.
Looks very comfortable at the moment. This is Anacona. He was doing a lot of work. He paid the price and gone straight through. Well, I'll tell you what, Aru's on his radio there. The team are asking him questions. They can't believe what they're seeing here.
Well, his teammates there, Phil, are offering him gels. They're trying to offer him food, and this is what can happen on a buggy. This is respect from riders who know each other. They've raced together for 3 weeks, and they don't want to see him just to fade away like that. The respect of fellow champions.
Well, he's got to lose about 45 seconds to lose a place to Alejandro Valverde. 20 seconds to Valverde rather, and a bit more to Louis Meintjes. But that won't take long on this climb, that's for sure.
Well, there you are now. All of a sudden, from the team dominating, Team Astana put a lot of energy into this race over the last couple of the days, but the Tour de France, she is very unforgiving on stages like this. And after all of that pressure, now all of a sudden, 26 years of age, Fabio Aru, he's paying. Daryl Impey is dishing out the stick here, but look at the face of the riders behind him. Geraint Thomas just concentrating. He knows that as soon as Daryl Impey starts to falter, he will take over. He will start to set the pace, and then all of the other riders from Team Sky will try and do the same thing. 65 slipping away there is Frank Schleck as we leave the drop riders behind and move up. You see, This is the easiest part of the climb. I'm sorry to say that, but I'm only talking about the gradient. Further up the road, the second group on the road, which is now 8 riders, 9 riders strong. We leapfrog up the mountain, 8 kilometers. Look at Julien Alaphilippe, Jarlinson, Pantano. These two have worked so well together over these last few kilometers, and they have managed to establish a gap over the chasers, which is still hanging on at 1.5 minutes. Chasing them at 1.5 minutes is Kreuziger on the frontier, thinking about moving himself into the top 5, maybe even the top 3. Sergio Henao, I'm just looking to see where he is. The rider from Sky was in the group. Pierre Rolland is in the lime green jersey. There is Henao in the black and blue jersey. Ilnur Zakarin is the rider with the big K on his back. Vincenzo Nibali is right there in 4th position. Kelderman, Thomas Kent, Jon Izagirre and Rui Costa make up that group. Over the main field, the 2 leaders have an advantage still of 5.25 minutes. Left that chasing group, the second group on the road, and he's decided now's the time for me to go. He's got a 1:08 bridge, gap to bridge.
Well, they were closing, and it's 1:04 now as we watch it. And Vincenzo Nibali, his team no longer chasing him down because the leader has cracked, it seems. Kreuziger on the front of the group can't react. Vincenzo Nibali has got all the skills required because he can also descend very, very quickly. He must have sensed something when he made the move because there was no reaction from that chase group, and he settled in nicely. And he's only a minute off those 2 leaders.
Well, the move came from the back of the group, and I think, yes, he was starting to sense that they weren't riding as hard as he could on a climb like this, and now all of a sudden he's going to very quickly eat into the advantage of the 2 leaders. He's probably as well, Phil, the freshest rider from that breakaway group because he got the orders, I think, from the team not to contribute too much to the success of the breakaway because they were trying to play the Fabio Aru card. Well, that one certainly hasn't worked this afternoon.
Well, he's already sliced it to 51 seconds just on the spirit of the attack because these 2 guys really, I thought, had the firepower. They're good climbers. They are extremely good descenders, and you don't need anything more than that normally to win this stage today. Bauke Mollema really refound himself. He had such bad luck yesterday. He did not deserve to lose his 2nd place overall the way he did with his crashes, but there were 9 riders among the leaders who were involved in crashes yesterday.
Just looking behind a little bit further back there, you can still see the riders from Team Sky on the front. Time to remind everybody, Phil, that we haven't yet reached the steepest part of this climb. The early part of the Jouplan is around about 7 and 8% the average gradient, but when you get to the last 5 kilometers, it never goes below 9%, and in that final 5 kilometers, there's a couple of points at 14 and 15%.
And we climb from 2,300 feet to 5,550 feet, and we're not halfway up this climb yet. Rui Costa decided it's time to leave them all as well. I wonder if Kreuziger has cracked down there. No reaction.
Well, Rui Costa has seen the attack of Vincenzo Nibali and sees this as the time to move. But you see, this is why you have to be very careful when you see a rider make the move. Bauke Mollema, he's made that attack. He could feel that he had something in his legs, but Sky never panicked. They know their force, their power is numbers. As many riders as they can keep together. They don't want to accelerate quickly. They just keep riding at that tempo and wait for the rider who's attacked to reach his maximum and maybe even crack. And I think that's what's happening to Bauke Mollema just now.
Well, he's only just out of sight of the peloton at the moment, but he's made the group. When you see the gendarme, you should see the pack starting to come round that corner. He's not out of sight yet.
He's not out of sight and he's not out of mind. They will just leave the pacemaking to Geraint Thomas as long as possible. And when you think of all of the bad luck that Geraint Thomas has had in this Tour de France, and even handing his bike across to Chris Froome yesterday, he still sits in 15th place in the overall standings. Now then, we may well be seeing the move by the man who could win the stage this afternoon, because if anybody can catch the 2 leaders, it's the man we're looking at here, Vincenzo Nibali. And if any...
In the main field, TJ Van Garderen has just been dropped again. That leaves only Richie Porte back there. Now he's on his own, the BMC rider. As Julien Alaphilippe has started to apply pressure. Well, Pantano has got to hold this one because Alaphilippe will descend best of the pair. This is a good effort.
And I wonder if he heard from the management that, hey, Vincenzo Nibali is coming across her. There's no good riding up this climb at tempo. You've got to go for it. This is a serious opportunity. If you can, put it all on the line right now. For him, as far as I'm concerned, Phil, for Julien Alaphilippe, the finish is at 5.7 kilometers. If he gets over the top of the climb with 30 or 40 seconds ahead of anybody else, they will not see him again.
That was a vicious acceleration. But I think Pantano may be reassembling back there and coming up.
Well, that's the tough thing, you know, with the excitement of being a young rider in the Tour, you've got the nervousness, you make that first move, but it's actually what's more difficult is not the first move, it's consolidating on the move and then starting to expand your advantage. And yes, Pantano, he has the confidence of having won a stage and he's slowly trying to ride himself back. But, you know, after all of the work today, Pierre Rolland is dropped, but more importantly, the man in front of him is also dropped and in difficulty, Roman Kreuziger.
Yeah, and they think this has been a good attack, a very, very good attack. At one stage he was up to second overall virtual in the race, but now the distance is biting. 17 kilometers still to go. Kreuziger, if he keeps up, he should get something out of it, but he's not going to get a podium place.
Again, as
he got up to second place overall in this race, but now he's got to argue one of the most experienced stage race riders the world has seen. He's won all of the Grand Tours, and Nibali is closing in on Alaphilippe. 15 seconds. He must be very... I didn't see Pantano in that shot.
Yeah, but here he is. He's coming back up as we've got a little
Where
bit...
did he come from?
He just dug so deep and felt that he could pull it back. I thought all of a sudden he said, hey, I want this. I want this stage in the Alps. And, you know, Alaphilippe's not going to give up either. This is going to be a great battle, but they're going to have to change the tactics in a few moments' time because I'm getting race radio, Phil, is telling me that Vincenzo Nibali is between 10 and 15 seconds behind them. And there he is.
Yeah, he's closing in on the last shot, and he still is closing in. And you can't see Pantano in the shot, but he's right there. Alaphilippe must have been totally amazed when Pantano came back then.
Well, I have to say, Phil, unless Vincenzo Nibali actually makes the junction before the top of the climb and distances these two riders, the decision for the stage victory could very easily come on the descent.
I think that is definitely the case. The grimace here of Rodriguez just ahead of the Groupe Maillot Jaune, which at 3:51 is neutralising this race in the overall chase at the moment.
Well, you're looking here into the face of a man who has announced that he'll retire at the end of the year, and you're looking here at a man who was second overall yesterday.
Full marks, though, for giving it a go before he cracked. Bauke Mollema here losing ground at 5k out.
And not necessarily, Phil, losing ground because of physical attributes, losing ground because of Lady Luck not smiling on him. Oh, just having a quick look to see who that was.
I don't think it might. Was it Louis Meintjes?
No, Louis Meintjes is in this group here. He's still there, just as you look around, he's just stuck on the back there, nice and comfortably. Yet he's also defending an exceptionally good position, 8th place overall for the South African.
We look at the two leaders, but the work rate of Team Sky again. Vincenzo Nibali, inch by inch on the floodwaters of the Juplin, is closing in on the two leaders, and he is a brilliant descender, as they both are in front of him.
Well, I tell you what,
he treated to a great race downhill in the extreme conditions we're watching here. Now Alaphilippe has looked over his shoulder. He's seen Vincenzo Nibali join.
Well, a few moments ago I thought I might have just seen the fact that we might have it. Oh, and Nibali goes straight up there, straight onto the attack here, Phil. He knows that he wants to distance these two riders before he gets to the top of the climb, but Pantano is finding all kinds of courage to say, hey, my name's Jarlinson Pantano, I'm from Colombia and I'm an extremely good climber. You might be called Vincenzo Nibali, but you're not leaving me, mate.
Well, I can apply the same comments. My name is Julien Alaphilippe and I'm from Belgium, I'm from France, and you're not going to drop me either.
Wow, this is a great battle. 3.4 kilometers to go. This, Phil, is the most difficult part of the climb. I remember this with great pain. I've been up this point trying to think whether I was going to get eliminated. Keep the spectators away from these boys. We want a good, clean race to the finish. It gets narrower here. It gets steeper here. 3 kilometers. Oh, Nibali goes again.
Grits his teeth, picks up the revs, but they're there. They've got the answer so far. Pantano looks always at full stretch, but he always comes back. You can never tell with Alaphilippe because he's got just a nonchalant style.
But, you know, he rides on courage. He gets dropped, he fights back, he gets dropped. And we saw that a couple of years ago, in fact, last year in the Amgen Tour of California. But he used that to great effect this year when he came back to win the race. Nibali now puts daylight between him.
He hit them 3 times, and I think this time he may have put them on the defence.
They look at each other, look at that, Phil. Oh, what has just hit us there? Well, they know it's the Shark of Messina, and that is the nickname of Vincenzo Nibali. He is a master. He's a man who's won the Tour of Italy, the Tour of Spain, and of course the Tour de France.
And now he's free to do what he came to France to do 3 weeks ago, win a stage. He's never been in pretense of actually winning the Tour. He said, I'm not winning the Tour. I've come to win a stage. Well, maybe this is it. He's won 5 before, by the way, but this would be a special one. That's a real shame, but he gave it his best shot. The Australian flag flies for Richie Porte. He's in that chase group. But this man is doing what he came here to do. He won the Giro d'Italia. He's won 4 stages in that race. He was only the 5th Italian ever to win the Tour of Spain. He held 20 days in the red jersey. That's the leader's jersey in the Tour of Spain. And now he's going to win his 6th stage of a Tour de France.
That gap now, Phil, is really stretching to the 2 chasers. Pantano in the white jersey, IAM Cycling from Switzerland, a team that will disappear towards the end of this year, and Alaphilippe. And coming across the gap, but all of a sudden, Jon Izagirre. Let's not forget, Izagirre and Pantano rode extremely well in the Tour of Switzerland, an indication they would be ready. And the Tour of Switzerland, by the way, Phil, just to remind ourselves, was held in horrible conditions just like this.
Well, I believe that today, the last day in the mountains, the next big objective of Vincenzo Nibali is the Olympics. He's come here to give himself a final test for the very tough Olympic road race course.
The rider on the right, very briefly there was Sergio Henao. He was in the breakaway group early on. I think he's in fact sat up and he'll be waiting. Now Izagirre goes in chase of Nibali.
Well, Pantano saw it quickly, but I don't think there's a lot left in the tank for Alaphilippe. He's got to lift it up a little bit more respectful of the speed. The crowd are really shouting for them up here.
Well, I tell you what, poor old Alaphilippe, he went round the steepest part of the corner there, by the way. If you're an amateur cyclist at home, I'll just remind you, don't ever go round the inside of the corner. That's where it is the steepest. But this man will know all of those tricks of the trade. You see how it goes around the wider part of it. Vincenzo Nibali opening up the gap. But this could be quite interesting now if we go back to Nibali, because Julien Alaphilippe, well, hats off, great riding by him, but this could change the books because Jon Izagirre is actually pulling back the Shark of Messina.
2 kilometres to go almost to the summit of the climb. I rate Alaphilippe along with Nibali the best descenders here. He's got to just hold them close enough to use his descending skills. It's a long way down to the finish.
Yeah, but it's a horrible descent, by the way, Phil. And another thing that I always remember about this climb is once you go over the top of the steepest part of the Col de Jouplan, you drop down for about 1.5 kilometres, and then there's a little false flat for about 1 kilometre before you start the descent proper. It's just downhill enough to make the legs nice and cold to really hurt for that final false flat, but then starts the descent in earnest.
In the break to get up to these boys. Pantano had a little bit left to hitch on. Now the 3 are coming to the summit together. Nobody's interested in the King of the Mountain points except Jonas and Pantano. And if he takes those, he'll consolidate his 3rd place overall.
And I suppose, Phil, it's time to remember, I know the weather conditions are different now. We're starting to further down the climb here. Geraint Thomas is winding up. Let's have a look down the line there. You've got the 2 riders from Movistar. That's Quintana and Valverde. They were in the group, but so too was Dan Martin. So too was Richie Porte.
14 riders in this group. Bardet just passing through our screen. Richie Porte right on his wheel. The polka dot jersey of Rafał Majka is still in this group, riding a quiet race. 157 is Lewis Meintjes, 2nd in the overall, by the way. That's the group behind. Also there, the white jersey. You can see him on the left. He's the Adam Yates.
I've just spotted there, Phil, and that was a pretty impressive ride too. Rafał Majka is in that group with all the other heads of state of the Tour de France from this year. Picking up on the right-hand side there, Pierre Rolland, who was in that early breakaway. He's not enjoyed the descents on today's stage, but he still sees this as a trade to get onto the back of, because if you can go over the top here with 1 kilometre to go, there's still the chances of a good position on a stage like this. And this stage will go down as one of the great stages of the last couple of years.
Well, they're almost at the summit here. Jarlinson Pantano, he's the only one in the King of the Mountains. Will they let him take the points? Nibali's got no reason to challenge him over the top. And then they're going to attack each other on the descent as they go down towards the finish. If Joaquim Rodriguez were to get up here, the finish would suit him down to the ground.
Well, it would, and let's not forget, Phil, that stuck in the middle somewhere, of course, is young Julien Alaphilippe. Pantano is going to get himself 25 points over the top of this climb, so I have to say, well done, Thomas de Kent, because this 25 points would have given Jarlinson Pantano second place. Now, that explains why Thomas de Kent tried so hard on today's stage to go over the top of climbs 1, 2 and 3 on the stage.
So status quo remains. Majka de Gendt, Pantano, they'll be the first 3 in the King of the Mountains tomorrow.
There's Nairo Quintana in the Movistar jersey. On his wheel is his lieutenant, the man who steered him around France this year, Alejandro Valverde. There's Romain Bardet, number 41. As these riders go through, we get a good chance just to see that nobody really, Phil, apart from Bauke Mollema and Fabio Aru's missed. There's Richie Porte. On the far side, you can never tell how Dan Martin is. There he is, number 184. He is going to finish in the top 10 of the Tour de France. So too is Adam Yates. There's Rafał Majka. He's not really in the running for a high position in the overall standings, but there he is with some of the big men of this year's Tour.
Zakharine taking up his team captain, Rodriguez here. And I'm not sure Rodriguez will have the descending skills to catch up with those leading riders at the moment. But Zakharine's going to give him a good shot. Same could apply to Nairo Quintana yesterday, because he felt like packing in yesterday. And again today, he hasn't done anything. He's clearly not feeling good. He's riding alongside his teammate Alejandro Valverde.
Just taking a little glimpse back, and I have to say the cameraman doing a phenomenal job. The helicopter pilot and the fixed-wing pilot raving right above us here just to keep these pictures in rather atrocious weather conditions.
That was a tight one.
He's
held it this time. Pantano almost went off there.
Yeah, but watch this, Phil. This is what you call, this is lucidity. This is keeping calm, and he got the foot down, just a little touch there. He never panicked. He actually, although he was running out of road, he was in control.
I'm not so sure about that, but he's on the way down again, and he's got to make up a lot of lost ground. He's going to have to take chances again.
Yeah, but you know what? Look in front there. Jon Izagirre is putting Vincenzo Nibali's descending skills to a serious test.
The last test of the Tour de France. Chris Froome will be feeling pretty nervous on the back end in that peloton. His team will be feeling nervous because they'll try to keep him in a proper position on the race. They're descending at around 43 miles an hour at the moment, 70 kilometers an hour on roads like this.
Go further back, it might be a bit deceptive, the speed of Chris Froome. And now I think, Phil, looked like a dark blue jersey of Ethics. Anyway, it's difficult to know with the weather conditions just exactly what's going on here.
Here's the leader, that's for sure, Izagirre. Very, very good descender. That's apparent now. He pushes on Nibali. Pantano's got back to his back wheel.
Just getting a bit of information, Phil, that the fact that we're not getting race radio is just because of these climatic conditions there. The weather is so bad up at 10 and 15,000 feet that they have actually had to move the planes away from the area. And you mustn't forget that Jon Izagirre, by the way, a couple of years ago in Paris-Nice, actually went down a descent like this, and he got rid of a guy by the name of Sammy Sanchez.
Yeah.
And Sammy Sanchez is a terrific descender and a former Olympic gold medalist in the road race.
Now he's showing his both skills at the same time, downhill and individual time trialing. We are flying down these hills now, 45, 46 miles an hour. We're into the 70 kilometers an hour wave band now.
Well, we get the live speeds here. Pantano 42, 44 miles an hour. Nibali 39, 40 miles an hour. As Izagirre, well, it was a little bit slower, but it's time to remind you, we go back to this group. I think Sky, every time we had a look at the computer to look at the speeds of the main field, Phil, they were not high speeds. And I think really pretty much because they are taking it careful, Team Sky.
Even so, they're showing the group Maillot Jaune at only 2 minutes 40 seconds behind the leader on the road. So they've really closed the gap in. I can't really believe that, but they've closed right in.
A few moments ago, you might have seen the red jersey with the K on it going backwards. Well, that was Zakharin, the winner of a stager up to the climb of Fan O, and he has done his job, and he now has left his teammate Joaquim Rodriguez off the front to try and get himself a little bit of glory and consolidate his position in the top 10 at the end of today's stage.
Geraint Thomas showing his team leader how to go round these corners and not fall off, and also holding him back for thinking of attacking as he did yesterday.
Yes, because normally in a situation like this, Froome would go to the front, and I think you're quite right there, Phil, that Geraint Thomas said, hey, just calm down. You start the day with 4 minutes and 11 seconds over Romain Bardet. We don't need to do... Oh, I wonder what that guy was doing holding the bike at the side. And let me remind you that there's a sport that is practiced during the winter months called cyclocross. And as a kid, Jon Izagirre, the Spanish rider we're looking at here from Movistar, actually used to do an awful lot of cyclocross, which is why he ain't too scared of these climatic conditions or these wet corners.
Different skills, and it looks as though even Nibali can't control this descent here. This is a pretty special descent. Now, we've never had a Spanish winner this year, by the way. Izagirre heading towards the finish now. This peloton is not interested who's up front.
Well, we're 4.5 kilometres from the finish, Phil. That's not very much more at these speeds of 5 to 6 minutes maximum, as we once again see the speeds at Izagirre doing 19 miles an hour. That's probably because he's going around a corner.
This man, though, is thinking of the finish now, and finally a flag for Spain.
And they're also saying now we're getting some kind of communication from the race, because the radios are all down. Pantano is in second place on the road behind Izagirre, with Vincenzo Nibali, they are saying, is sitting in third position. It's always complicated in the mountains, and it's even more complicated when the radio communication goes down. That's not our fault, and it's, of course, health and safety. And just looking at the clouds around us here, Phil, I wouldn't be like to flying a plane in this.
No, you can't fly a fixed-wing aircraft in total cloud density here. This is the final bends now into the town of Morzine. Number of rides we've seen come down here. I've never seen anybody caught at this point of the race. It's downhill to the last 500 meters, slowly but surely. They're not going to run out of the rain at all. It's going to the finishing line with them. And Jon Izagirre, well, this will be for his brother as well, who crashed out of this race.
Well, Izagirre, Phil, never won a stage in the Tour de France before, but he did win a stage in the Giro d'Italia, and he came into this year alongside his brother with a very strong performance in the Tour of Switzerland here. Maybe putting a little bit of icing on the cake for Team Movistar, and I just wonder how the overall standings are because of the lack of communication at the moment. We don't know where Roman Kreuziger is in all of this.
We don't know where the rest of the teammates are there of Chris Froome. He's come into the picture on his own. We'll catch up with that one in a moment. Remember, we've got no guidance ourselves out on course now. It's what we see is what you see. This is Rodriguez taking every piece of common sense there. This man simply proving he really can go downhill in these atrocious conditions.
The next banner that he should see around one of these corners will indicate 2 kilometres to go to the finish, and he's dropping right down now, Phil, into the Place de l'Église. In fact, I think he just went very quickly there through the 2 kilometre to go banner. The next banner that he will see right in front of him will be the one that will bring him very much closer to the victory, the Flamme Rouge, the red kite, 1,000 metres to go. It's still Thomas nursing his team leader around these corners.
And they've just gone under 5 kilometres to go. So if that is the case, they're more than 3 minutes back. Watch the while, those will be a nightmare for Chris Froome and Nibali. They'll keep clear of those white bands on the road. This is down now towards the centre of the town. Little bit of picture breakup with the bridge. Just ahead now will be 1 kilometre to go. A 500-metre incline to the finish. And Pantano stays clear. He rides to second place for the second time this year in the Tour.
Well, he does have a stage victory under his belt, but also he's put some serious descending skills to Vincenzo Nibali, and I think Nibali will be rather surprised that somebody could go downhill faster than he can. But here he is, the man who may well go on to Rio de Janeiro as a big favourite for the Olympic Games road race in a couple of weeks' time.
Certainly a very popular man here. Oh, ducked onto the flag.
Well, let's not forget, though, Phil, as Nibali crosses the line there, none of these riders before. Oh, it's Julian Alaphilippe. Listen to the crowd for this man. But none of those riders, Phil, that we've looked at so far were at all threats to the overall lead of Chris Froome. I'm just having a quick look there. Yes, just making sure it is still Joaquim Rodriguez.
Well, if he'd have got up there, he might have been a serious threat on this finish, but he didn't. Big effort he tried, though. Says farewell tomorrow to the Tour de France. This is Kreuziger and Da Costa.
Oh, little bit of a jump of the gear there. I'm not surprised after this treacherous weather conditions, but for him, he's not really too concerned about his position on the finishing line or his place on the day. He's more concerned about the clock that will stop for him when he crosses the finish line to see how much further up in the overall standings he's managed to climb tonight. Rui Costa next across the line ahead of Kreuziger.
Wilco Kelderman hasn't quite lived up to what we expected from him this year in the Tour de France, but he was in the break all day today.
But I think Chafati's got blood on his shin there. He may well have come unstuck on the descent, Phil, because at one time the unofficial information was saying that he'd actually moved up into 4th place on the road. And looks like he's ripped his shorts too.
Well, the weather is as bad as it's been all day, and it's been raining like this for quite a long time in Morzine. Clearly not worried about time as he comes up towards the finish, but Wilco Kelderman got a great career in front of him.
Well, sorry about the little picture break-up every now and again, but that's all to do with the climatic conditions. Very difficult to hold it. Froome surrounded now, Phil, but not by 1 or 2 of his teammates, but by 4, as Joaquim Rodriguez Purito may well be with this ride today, climbing up into the top 10 overall in his final appearance at the Tour de France.
He doesn't need a lot of time to do that. He announced in Andorra with his family and in tears this will be his last season. He's been a podium in the Tour de France.
Yeah, but what a way to go out on a day like this. This is a day that he'll be able to tell his kids about and his grandchildren about too.
He'll be very happy with that. And the yellow jersey now is on the uphill. He can show his colours to everybody. I wonder if he'll acknowledge the fact by putting his arm in the air on the eve of the last day of the Tour.
I doubt it. Just challenging them there, just coming up to the line. It's Dan Martin. He carries Irish passport, but a lot of people have sent me messages from Birmingham, said forget about him being Irish, he's a true Brummie at heart. He's trying to cross the line there ahead of Romain Bardet and ahead of Nairo Quintana. Froome, well, he doesn't have to worry too much. Finally, a little wry smile there as the big acceleration comes up to the line. Yes, it's all about the yellow jersey. There is the smile finally. Martin ahead of Bardet and Quintana, Valverde. Adam Yates is in there too with Louis Meintjes of South Africa. Woof, yes, I'm not surprised. What a day it turned out to be here. Look at that, though, almost 36 kilometers an hour on a day like this through the Alps. Well, in a couple of moments' time, we'll get a quick look at the way the overall classification stands after this. But certainly there will be one or two little changes. Pierre Rolland comes up now to the finish line, bandaged from his accident of yesterday. Well, he made the move today. He got into that breakaway. But certainly, let's not forget what a great ride by Jon Izagirre of Spain and of Movistar. And we'll have to wait to see just how high up in the overall standings Roman Kreuziger managed to climb. I think he lost a fair chunk of time. He may well just pop inside of the top 10. There was confirmation briefly. Izagirre ahead of Pantano and Vincenzo Nibali. Izagirre, 27 years of age. He doesn't win many races, but he has been the national time trial champion of Spain. He's finished twice second in the road race, and the man who should walk away as second place in the King of the Mountains competition. Good job there by Thomas de Kent, because breathing down his neck in third place, Jarlinson Pantano was only 9 points short of overtaking Thomas de Kent on the final mountain stage.
Well done. Well, it's
Out of trouble. And the rest of it is up to the sprinters. And Chris Froome is on target to be crowned the winner of the Tour de France for the third time in his career. Pantano yet again in second position on the stage, but as Phil and Paul mentioned, he has got a win to his name. He's had a successful Tour de France. Vincenzo Nibali might have been a little bit disappointed with third today. Julian Alaphilippe has won so many fans for in so many breakaways. And 5 riders, including Chris Froome, from Team Sky, in that very select group, coming across the finish line together with the men who will be occupying the top 5 places in the overall classification. It is testament and further evidence of the strength of Team Sky. They have had a stranglehold on this race. There's been a lot of commentary, particularly on social media, about the race being a bit boring, somewhat of an anticlimax, and in many respects you'd be right in saying so, but it has been also one of great admiration for Team Sky and their brilliance. They've just been too good for anybody else to be able to attack. The joy from the race has come from moves like this one from Izagirre, the animation of Peter Sagan, Julian Alaphilippe, Jarlinson Pantano. There's been plenty to like. The race for yellow has just been destroyed by the strength of Froome and Sky, and they deserve all the accolades. We've come so far and only Paris remains, and it's the Royal Sprinters Boulevard of the Champs-Élysées, where Chris Froome will arrive in yellow to win the Tour de France for a third time. But for the sprinters, the champagne will have to wait. Starting in the outskirts of Paris in Chantilly, it then makes its way through to the irregular finish around the Champs-Élysées, where the sprinters will get their one last chance on the Tour de France. When they come through the finish line for the final time, the biggest celebration note, that will belong to Chris Froome. Just 113 kilometres standing between he and the podium in Paris. And this is the gorgeous chateau at the start of today's stage, where they're not too far away from getting underway. Just 5 minutes or so before things start. This is the Chateau de Chantilly, which we now get a chance to be able to enjoy. Great splendours in the northern part of Paris, as Bernard Hinault is on the tour for the final time in an official capacity. Christian Prudhomme nearest the picture, but for Bernard Hinault, he has been travelling the world as a bike rider for some 40 plus years when you include his work away from racing. 5-time winner of the Tour de France. For 30 years he's been on the tour as an assistant to ASO, and we've seen him on the podium helping with all the presentations because he knows how that goes as well as anybody else. But this is his final one. He's going to stand by the roadside at some point and watch the tour with his grandson. For Chris Froome, the yellow jersey, he's got a little bit of bark off, but he's had plenty of fun, and a lot of it came riding alongside Peter Sagan. One of the great memories of this year's race will be stage 11 in Montpellier, when those two went off the fronts in the crosswind, and it was green first and yellow second. That's only happened 3 times in the history of the tour. Inside the final 30-second countdown before they roll away for the final stage. A little bit of a neutral zone first. That will last for 20 minutes. Then the flag will come in, and they'll keep on cruising until they actually get into Paris itself, and that's when the racing will really start. as they roll out. This will all be pretty comfortable for the first hour or so, as is tradition in the Tour de France. The holders of all the jerseys, they start at the front of the peloton. Yates, what an occasion for him. One of the younger riders in the race at just 23 years of age. He declared that he was here looking for a stage win. That's what he told us anyway. But his sports director, Matt White, has already made it pretty clear that they always came here with higher hopes, and they did target a high placing overall, and they've achieved it. A 4th place finish for Adam Yates in his 2nd Tour de France, just his 3rd Grand Tour. Rafael Majka off on the right-hand side of the screen. He's got red dots everywhere. On the jersey and on the bike, he's winning the King of the Mountains classification for the 2nd time. The lineup behind him, it's quite appropriate, is Thomas de Gent and Harlinson Pantano, 2 riders who've been in so many of the breakaways. 4th was Ilnaz Zakarin, 5th was Rui Costa, also regulars off the front. As for Peter Sagan, he's broken his record. This is the most points he's ever accumulated in the race for the green jersey. He's currently on 440. 2nd place Marcel Kittel is on 228. So a 212-point advantage for Peter Sagan. And there's still plenty of points to pick up today. And he'll be well in contention to make it another 50 at the end if he wins the stage. And if he contests.
Well, the men in black, we'll call them now, continuing to ride along here. It's not long. We actually go underneath the finishing line for the first passage. 54 kilometres to go to the line.
At the moment, it's all Team Sky there in those black and yellow jerseys of theirs. But, you know, Paris bathed in sunshine. There is the River Seine. There, the Eiffel Tower over on the left-hand side, the Trocadero on the right-hand side. But for these riders, once they get onto the Champs-Élysées, I'm sure they will allow a little bit of honour to Chris Froome and his Team Sky to lead the whole of the Tour de France onto the Champs-Élysées. After that, no holds barred. There will be attacks, there will be breakaways, and the teams of the sprinters, Phil, will do everything they can do to line up for a sprint royale, because every sprinter wants to win there. As much as the climbers want to win on the Alpe d'Huez, the sprinters want to win right here on the hallowed cobblestone. Whoops, a daisy. Got to be attentive, even if you're on the final stage of the Tour de France. I was about to say, Phil, the hallowed cobblestones of the Champs-Élysées.
Not far away now as we come around. And everybody wants to be first, but by tradition I think we'll find the men who've really worked hard for this honour, Team Sky, will bring Chris Froome home, as they've done every day on almost every stage of this tour. Only on the time trials has Chris Froome had to look after himself. 57.7 kilometres to go. If our never failing GPS is working, at 54.5 we'll go through the finish, and then there'll be 8 7-kilometre circuits, and then it's flat out.
Yeah, the average speed, strange enough, when you come on the Champs-Élysées, it's very close to 50-52 kilometres an hour. If you don't recognise that as one of the most iconic images of the world, that of course is the Church of Notre Dame. Cathedral of Notre Dame, I should say, to give its proper title, on the L'Île de la Cité, right down in the bottom there, which in fact, strangely enough, houses a former prison and the Palais de Justice.
Yes, well, it's like a miniature Manhattan, really, isn't it? With all those bridges going to it. It is an island, of course. This is Joaquim Rodriguez here. Joaquim Rodriguez, a man who is retiring and riding his last Tour de France. He's going to see it. And yesterday he climbed up the overall classification as well into 7th place.
This has become a little bit of a habit over the last few years, with riders like George Hincapie being given that honour. One man actually, Phil, did not want to take that honour, Jens Voigt. I think he was a little bit embarrassed by the fact the riders wanted to allow him to go onto the Champs-Élysées, but he did turn around eventually and go out on one of his famous attacks.
It might be a gesture by the peloton, we'll see.
And it wouldn't be the back end of the main field either there, Phil, if we didn't spot number 104. And that, of course, who's become one of the favourites in the back end of the main field. There he goes. Steve Cummings, who, with the withdrawal of Peter Kenyuk, the former British national champion, because of injury in the Amgen Tour of California, Steve Cummings has now been selected to participate in the Olympic Games, and I think that is a great honour. That, by the way, is the little glass pyramid I was telling you about just a few moments ago, right in the heart of the Louvre. It was quite controversial when François Mitterrand, the former president of France, said, I want a glass pyramid right in the middle of an old building. And in fact, now it's become part of the furniture.
Well, the River Seine never looked nicer. The boats making the bateau mouche, as they call them. And a lot of the teams hire those boats tonight for their private celebrations. They're not big parties. They just thank each other, those that have survived the journey around France. Sometimes those who haven't come back and enjoy the 3 weeks memories together. Now we're coming around. The team has gone to the front. Imagine how Froome is feeling now.
I would think Phil's still very nervous. He knows once he crosses the line, he will count down those laps, 8 laps of 7 kilometers. It's an amazing tunnel of noise that's turned out here, but it is going to be given the honour to Purito Rodriguez to come onto the Champs-Élysées, Phil, in first place.
One kilometre to go, but not just yet. Well, it's a gesture which we certainly admire if they allow, and here come the Patrouille of France. Early, and they're going to go right down the Champs-Élysées.
Qui prendra sa retraite à la fin de la saison 2016. Un coureur que le public aime beaucoup, que l'on va percevoir, et la patrouille de France qui fascine également dans le ciel de Paris, que l'on va observer également dans un court instant. En tout cas, c'est un spectacle privilégié auquel nous assistons actuellement. Le premier passage des coureurs du Tour de France et les applaudissements du public parisien.
Wait for it now, they're coming in silence, they're flying faster than sound.
This has become a custom over the last few years because of the association of the Patrouille de France with the organisation of the Tour de France, and here it is.
And as they came down the Champs-Élysées, the peloton of the Tour de France, there they are below, have just started. 8 laps to go to end the Tour de France. Brilliant timing. I think that's left Froome speechless. We've never done that before.
That was perfect timing by the Patrouille de France, just right over the top of the peloton of the Tour as they came across the finishing line, facing up to those 8 laps, their 8 final laps of 7 kilometers.
175 riders, a record number of finishes in a Tour de France. Now start what is actually a climb here, steeper than the climb we had out on the course on the Côte de l'Hermitage today. It's a hard drag right up and around the back of the Arc de Triomphe. Geraint Thomas, who has been a superb talent alongside Chris Froome. The other man there, the big figure on the right middle of Ian Stannard, the solid pacemaker across all of the valleys and roads and small mountains before others took over to protect Chris Froome. That's the sprint line there, Paul, which we get to contest at 39 kilometres to go for the green jersey.
Yes, well, tradition now pretty much been respected. They allowed Purito Joaquim Rodriguez to come onto the Champs-Élysées in first position. Very shortly now, though, Phil, you'll start to see the attacks begin. And I can tell you from experience, it's a very special moment to ride onto these cobblestones. But I can tell you another thing as well, Phil. They are very, very difficult because it's all uphill.
This is the replay. This is what happened when the aircraft were flying over. 5 Tours de France. He's run at 3 stages, and he finished 3rd in Paris as his best ever finish. He wore the King of the Mountains for a total of 9 days in his career. Heading up towards the top of the Arc de Triomphe. If you ever saw that road under normal conditions, I have no idea where they put the traffic. because you go into that rather large roundabout at the risk of everything you've got, because they never give way from any direction. This is Paris. Well, we've started now, because now we're going to go down the back straight and we're going to hit speeds of round about 70 kilometres an hour, 45 miles an hour. Jens, when you've got the adrenaline going now after all that, you're going to start a race, aren't you?
Clearly the rule is you cross the first line, the Champs-Élysées, the finish line, in a neutral mode, and the second after you cross the line, the race is open, and as we can see, they're already going full out, going a breakaway. But it is very hard. It's slightly uphill. You can't really see it here in the picture, but it is uphill on the other side. Now they come flying down the hill, and they go super fast on this side, but uphill it's really tough, and that's why only strong riders can go on a break. But they invest so much energy going to the break that they normally don't last until the finish line out there.
As you're looking down there, that's the gold-plated, the gold-leafed top of Les Invalides, and just underneath that dome, of course, is the resting place of Napoleon Bonaparte. There you can see Les Invalides, which made its name as being an extremely famous military hospital. For Froome, 37.9 kilometres away. That gap of the leading group of 8 now moved up to the 25-second mark. He's just ticking out the time. He's got his teammates all around him. Again, a brief glimpse down at Notre Dame. In fact, as you look at the islands, the two islands there, at one time during the history, that island was in fact fortified. I mentioned earlier that it was also the home of the Palais de Justice. And you can see the River Seine splitting up into two portions there to go around it on either side. Back with the main field. Marcel Kittel, I just spotted him in the middle of the group there. Alexander Kristoff is a big favourite today. I think the big favourites, we've got to look towards Kristoff. We've got to look towards Marcel Kittel. But just in the back of my mind, I just feel that coming out of this Tour de France with incredible form, Peter Sagan, who's he's not got the top end speed of a Kittel or a Kristoff. He could create that little bit of a surprise. And one of the most beautiful sights in Paris, and of course, as we look down there, that is the Grand Palais, which was built in 1897. It was also built for the Universal Exhibition of 1900. And on the opposite side, by the way, you can just see the petit... Oh, Marcel Kittel! Now, I just spotted that, yep. Phil, right in the middle of the main field. It looked like he was having a little bit of a problem. I could see his bike was not reacting correctly, and obviously that was why. And that's it. Oh, all of a sudden it was taking a while to get his feet back into the clips. Oh no! This is a disaster for Kittel. Anyway, he's not happy. I'll tell you what. Now that I've never seen that happen before. They got him a bike very quickly. And the spare bike had a flat tyre.
Well, you know, it's going to be a terrible chase now. That convoy's still going to by. Next a few pushes here to get him going again.
What's it going to do, though, Phil, to his psyche? What is he going to think about having a nasty accident? And look at that.
It's ridiculous. He's still got a problem here.
Oh, this is... Well, I tell you what, Phil, I have to say, as we've got the 8-man leading group moving away, Marcel Kittel is in all kinds of difficulties at the back of the race.
Well, this is not good for Marcel Kittel. This will hurt him mentally as well. He's still got a problem. Or has he sorted it?
I think it's sorted, but Phil, he is going to be 30-40 seconds behind the main field. He's already lost a strong man, because I still haven't seen him, but I was informed over race radio that Tony Martin, one of the strong men...
on that. Oh, good. He's actually retired with a pain in the knee.
Oh, well, that was very unfortunate, because for me, he was one of the most key men when it came down to the lead-out train down towards the end. But this is going to be a long, hard chase. You do not want to be off the back of the main field on the Champs-Élysées, especially at speeds like this. Well, that was certainly extremely bad luck for one of the fastest sprinters in the race. We were just talking about the big sprinters, talking about Marcel Kittel and how fast he was going to be, but the big hard chase he's going to have now is going to be difficult, and it'll deaden his sprint down towards the end. The Place Vendôme, as you can see right down there, if you're looking for some expensive jewellery, well, that is the place to go. And just on the far side, the newly reopened Hotel Ritz. Oh, he's not happy. Look at this. And you know, there are no cars in front of him. Well, Marcel Kittel, you know, with the pressure that's being put on, and let's not forget we've got a breakaway group of 8 riders. There's big pressure now in this group to chase them down at 34 kilometers to go. There's going to be no slowing down in this main field. And I'm not sure that Marcel Kittel is actually going to get himself back into this race. If he does, he'll be a very lucky man. He was at the side of the road for a long time where they brought him the spare bike. Then the next minute, the spare bike had a problem. So at the moment, I don't have a time check on exactly how far behind he is, but it's going to be an awful long way. And while we see Direct Energy go round the corner, the gap to the leading group of 8 is still locked in at 20 seconds. That's bad luck, you know, when you think what Marcel Kittel did over the mountains. As we look here at Chris Froome, nice to see that he's supporting conservation as well. Yes, you can smile, Chris, a little bit more, but don't forget, you've still got to get around 5 more tours. Encore 5 tours, as they say in French. If we get a chance again a little later on to get a quick glimpse, and look at the gap there. Marcel Kittel 1.5 minutes behind, and that is 1 minute behind the group. Now, it's going to be tough. I mean, the speed is amazing, and he didn't have any teammates with him, and I can be sure that the race referees will be keeping a very close eye on that. He needs to have at least 4 or 5 teammates drop back and pace him into the main field. And that information now being clarified a little bit more on the bad knee for Tony Martin, although he felt it to be there and be important for today. What was more important was trying to make sure that the knee was not aggravated leading up to the individual time trial in Rio de Janeiro. In fact, another rider had a mechanical, and this is all information that's buzzing around on race radio currently, because Marcus Burkhardt has now been left behind by that leading group of 8 riders, because he too has also had a mechanical incident. There's Froome, just on the far side, number 57, just up alongside Froome, Sepp van Mark, an exceptionally good classics rider. There'll be a lot of work done later on, but for the moment it's a question of concentration. There's Kirienka getting
running round to the bell on a beautiful early evening in Paris. It's approaching 7:30 here in the evening as the riders disappear briefly. As the sun comes lower in the sky, they're going to come out the other side, see Joan of Arc, see the Norwegian corner, and then they'll be lining up for the last 8 kilometers of the day. We're all together now. They caught them down the back going into the plan. Well, just about. There's just about dangling in front. Painful as it might be.
Well, this is the moment when if Greg van Avermaet has still got any power left in those legs of his, he'll try and break the back of the sprinters once they start to ascend. And I will say ascend because it is uphill to the top of the Champs-Élysées for the final time, but there is big organisation now, Phil, coming at the front end of the peloton, realising this is the chance, this is the moment to move up the sprinters. Over on the right-hand side, you've got the red jerseys of Cofidis. A little bit further back, you've got the red jerseys with the K on. That is Team Katusha. They'll be looking after their man, Alexander Kristoff.
The crucial corner here when they come round in 7 kilometers time, because now they reckon a top 5 or 6 at the front, somebody then wins the race. We're heading up to the bell. Well, the long thin line, Team IAM have got themselves to the front. Lee Howard is in there. I think he'd be the lead out man possibly for the other rider in that team who got fourth in the last big sprint we had, Sondre Enger.
Well,
Van Avermaet looks over, he lets the train go past.
Well, just look at the rider from IM Cycling who just pulled off there, Phil. He done a massive long turn on the front. That just gives you an indication of how hard some of these team helpers work on these final laps in a sprint stage like this. Moving right up there, Direct Energy is still in the second row, while IM Cycling...
Well, this is a turnout, Paul. We've not seen this team perform a train like this in the sprint so far, but the sprinters teams have had so much trouble. They're taking control here. This would be a terrific win. The Norwegian rider, we could have been talking about the wrong Norwegian rider all day. It could be Sondre Enger.
Yeah, but look now, the pressure. They've really got great form there as they are, in fact, putting daylight between themselves. There's a big move over on the right-hand side coming from Astana.
Well, as we're watching this race, Direct Energy getting control on the left of the road here. Jens, what do you think?
Well, they were brave taking their chances, taking a move, because often it's better to control the peloton from the front than fighting behind for positions. But just now, everything has changed again. The team Direct Energy with Thomas Voeckler did an attack in the middle. On the outside, you could see Astana having acceleration going on. So in the moment, it's not too much organization I can recognize here, just people all over the place.
I was going to say, that's an underestimation. This race is a mess for the sprinters right now. They are ducking and diving in every direction. They do not know which wheel to get onto.
Yeah, but on this final stage, you've got to bide your time. Chris Froome, he's biding his time. He's just waiting to get through the final few kilometres. He knows that very shortly he'll be crowned the winner. I can see a very big organised line of Etixx Quick-Step riders, Phil, in the second row. They're in positions 5 to 8. They're waiting for the right moment to open up the sprint. But to win the sprint here on the Champs-Élysées, you have to have as many men with you as possible to lead out the sprint. And that's why I've still got a little bit of confidence in Marcel Kittel, because his team still have an organised train. There they are on the left-hand side, but there's also Orica Bike Exchange up there as well. They're looking after their man, Michael Matthews.
We go round the back of the Arc de Triomphe for the last time now, and it's down the fast stretch. They try to reorganise themselves now, 4.6 kilometres out from the finish. And they're still trying to take time out. It looks to me like that could be Jon Izagirre at the front. Oh no, it's Orica Green Edge on the front here. They're so similar, those team jerseys.
Well, I can also spot moving to the front in second position there, Roman Kreuziger. He did a massive ride yesterday to try and move up in the overall standing. Chris Froome here, Phil, he's not enjoying this speed on the far side of the Champs-Élysées. He's trying everything he can just to stay in contact in the peloton. Such is the speed as we wind ourselves up for the sprint. But bear in mind, he's got a good buffer. He's got... Oh, there's a crash there on the right-hand side.
Well, what happened there? That was a very heavy fall, and it was an IAM cyclist who went down. Well, there's no rain out there. I don't know. I was looking down at the time of the fall, but he went down for sure as the race gets on at full bore.
Well, in fact, it's caused a little bit of a split in the main field. And bear in mind, Phil, Chris Froome was at the back of the main peloton when the crash happened. So he could see himself losing a little bit of time.
Well, let's see where Chris is. He's got plenty of time in hand. Once we get to 3 kilometres to go, Chris has won the Tour de France, because the time will end at that point for this big pack of riders if there is a problem such as a crash.
Well, there's another crash happened, and we're getting all of this information, Phil, not from the camera that we're looking through, but from Race Radio. A rider from Lotto Jumbo has also gone down. And Coquard, Brian Coquard has had a flat tyre, the Frenchman.
Brian Coquard, after all of this work by Thomas Voeckler in particular, has had a flat tyre 2.5 kilometres from the finish.
There he is.
Is there any justice? He won't lose any time. Do you think he cares? but now he just has to finish the race.
But the question now is, who survived? I can see the Norwegian flagger just very close to the front, and that is Edvald Boasson-Hagen. I can see the green jersey, Peter Sagan. He's freestyling, if you like, just hanging around, swinging from wheel to wheel, looking for the fastest man to follow. It currently is sitting on the wheel of Michael Matthews from Orica Bike Exchange.
Everybody wants to win the last stage of the Tour de France. These boys are absolutely locked in now as they're 1.8 kilometres from the finish. Jérôme Cousin, possible for the Cofidis team who have come through with Lotto. They're looking for Greipel in the white jersey, fifth in line, perfectly poised. Better check who's on his back wheel, Peter Sagan.
But he's got what he wants. He's got his perfect lead-out train. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4 riders from Lotto Soudal, and Greipel sitting in fifth as they come out of the tunnel for the last time.
Around the Norwegian corner, they'll be cheering for Christophe. Down the bottom road, the boys are doing well. The Lotto team are laying this on for the man in white. They'll launch the last moment when they have to. Marcel Kittel's team in blue are coming up on our right, and on the left, even the Dimension Data are getting involved for Boasson-Hagen. Greipel has done it. He completes another Tour de France where he's always won at least one stage, and this is his second win on the Champs-Élysées.
Phil, as a sprinter, if you're only going to win one stage in the Tour de France, this is the one that you want to win. His team brought it all together on the final few kilometres. Let's not forget, as we look there at Andre Greipel, that Chris Froome will cross the line somewhere in there as the winner. Here he is, right at the back with all of his teammates up alongside him, the Tour de France winner.
For the first time in this year's Tour de France, he's pulled them off the front and put them on the back to celebrate victory in the Tour de France, the third time for Chris Froome. A British team winning the Tour de France for the fourth time in 5 years with an individual rider. Amazing.
Well, there it is, Phil, after 3 weeks of racing around France. Job done, but also job done for Andre Greipel. Oh, and I'll tell you what, did you see the skid at the back of Peter Sagan there, trying to get himself every last lit of power? This is the move. This is the move by Christophe in the red there. Greipel all of a sudden showing why he's still one of the greatest sprinters in the world. Coming back fast, fast, fast in the green jersey, but not quite fast enough. Second place for Peter Sagan. What a great finish to the final stage on the Champs-Élysées. Andre Greipel not getting it wrong this time. And of course, adding to that little record of his every year since 2011 that he's participated in the Tour de France, he's come away. Yes, well done, Andre, with a stage victory. Up there, Jürgen Roelandts, congratulate him too, but the yellow jersey, the final yellow jersey now will go onto the shoulders of Chris Froome as he's escorted away for the final presentation. They'll roll out the podium right into the middle of the Champs-Élysées with a magnificent backdrop of the Arc de Triomphe, stage of a third Tour de France victory. And there is his wife, Michelle, and of course the newborn baby, right down to, well, not quite that newborn, but Froome there alongside Kellen as he looks down there. Waited for 3 weeks for this moment. Magnificent image of the Louvre with a glass pyramid right down there in the middle, and as you can see the miniature of the Arc de Triomphe right the way through the middle. On the far side there, straight as you like, across the Place de la Concorde is the Avenue de Champs-Élysées, at the top end of which is the Arc de Triomphe, and on the far side, the Avenue de la Grande Armée. What a beautiful day in Paris here this afternoon. a final beautiful fitting. Here's a confirmation then of the final stage here. Andre Greipel ahead of Sagan, Christoph in third, Bosenhagen fourth, Michael Matthews in fifth.
Brilliantly ridden by the entire Lotto Soudal team. They used their resources so wisely. And this is the moment Christoph opens up his sprint. And then their headwind, which Robbie McEwen referred to throughout the coverage, proving to be crucial with timing into the nose of the wind. And it was Greipel. Christoph knew he was done at this point. And Sagan continued to charge to come up and pick up second position on the stage. The blur of everything going past gives us an appreciation for the enormous speed. The pressure really was on him to keep that record intact. Every time he's ridden the Tour, he's won a stage. And in fact, that's the 11th Grand Tour in a row where Andre Greipel has won a stage across the Giro, the Tour and the Vuelta. The only people who have surpassed him are three of the greats of the sport. Hinault with 13 Grand Tours in a row, Coppi and Merckx, well, Coppi with 13 and Merckx with 14. So Andre Greipel is keeping some extraordinary company. Sure, those guys won the Tours overall, but Andre Greipel is making an enormous mark on cycling, going down as one of the great sprinters of his generation. And two stage wins now for Lotto Soudal. The other one coming to the top of Mont Ventoux with Thomas de Gent. The champagne will be a little sweeter tonight for Andre Greipel. Two Norwegians inside the top five, with third place for Christoph and fourth place for Bosenhagen.
Votre attention s'il vous plaît, le protocole final de ce 103e Tour de France va démarrer dans quelques instants avec l'hymne officiel du Tour de France.
First up, it will be the stage presentation with Andre Greipel. And this is the Mayor of Paris making her way out. And Hildegard. And Andre Greipel has got his kids with him. Slightly older than Chris Froome's, and they'll be able to remember this. What a lovely moment for Andre Greipel to be able to share this with his daughters. Fabulous.
Et le vainqueur de l'étape, Andre Greipel, le sprinter de l'équipe Lotto Soudal qui reçoit le trophée.
And 11 Grand Tours in a row now that Andre Greipel has been a stage winner. As I mentioned before, just Hinault, Coppi and Merckx who have done better. Coppi and Hinault with 13 Grand Tours in a row, Merckx with 14. He'll be a big chance for the World Championships this year, which are in Qatar, a flat course that suits him.
Cette année encore, Andre Greipel, vainqueur de l'étape, il reçoit donc les félicitations et le bouquet Power Bar avec Marco Settembri, directeur.
And something for everybody on the podium. Flowers for one daughter, trophy of the Arc de Triomphe for another, in fact not the Arc de Triomphe, sorry, the Eiffel Tower for another, and a trophy for Andre as well, as he goes over and acknowledges Bernard Hinault. It's been a long day for those spectators. They've been out in the sun for many of an hour. They've been here since midday. It's now almost 8 p.m. Next up, arguably the most popular in world cycling, Peter Sagan. Second on the stage today, 3 stage victories, a dominant performance in the race for the green jersey. The 5th year in a row. That's Marek Escott from Skoda making the presentation. And he is the, sorry, not from Skoda, he's the ambassador of the Republic of Slovakia. So he's the Slovakian Republic here in Paris. That's a nice moment. And the other gentleman there is the executive director of Skoda itself. The world champion in green. A record-breaking performance in terms of the tally of points for Peter Sagan. More than 470 points.
Eric Zabel, donc pour une 6e victoire. Merci
And you just heard the mention of Eric Zabel. Eric Zabel holds the record with 6. But for Peter Sagan, it's 5 from 5. Odds are he will be breaking the record. And from one Tinkoff rider, we'll be turning our attention to the next, as Raphael Majka is about to make his way out.
Avec Antargaz, puis le maillot jaune avec les hôtesses LCL, puis ensuite les 3 premiers nous rejoindront.
Such a successful race for Tinkoff. 3 stage wins, 2 jerseys, and a rider inside the top 10. Skis are for going down. We need rope for climbing up. This is the King of the Mountains jersey. And the second time for Raphael Majka taking out the King of the Mountains classification. The first one was on debut in 2014.
Cette grande boucle chaque année, nous sommes toujours donc pendus aux propos de Julie Gauthier. Voilà, mesdames, mesdemoiselles, messieurs, dans quelques instants, la remise du maillot à poids de meilleur grimpeur, maillot à poids parrainé par les hypermarchés Carrefour, supermarché Market.
A couple of near misses for stage victories for Raphael Majka. Had a second place finish behind Pantano, a third place finish behind Zakarin and Pantano, but nobody's ahead of him when it comes to the race for the polka dot jersey. He goes out the winner. And it was a comfortable margin in the end. He won with 209 points. In second place was De Gent on 130. Pantano was third on 121, followed by Zakarin and then Costa. And he was in breakaways more than any other rider in the race. He spent 635 kilometres off the front. He unquestionably deserves the jersey. He's had a good season. In fact, he's had it better than a good season. He's had his best season. 5th in the Giro d'Italia, and now the King of the Mountains at the Tour de France, after having come here with the objective of supporting Alberto Contador. That ability to make the switch, and he also acknowledges the great badger, Bernard Hinault. Everybody wants to shake his hand. He might have a sore hand and a sore back by the end of the night, with lots of shaking and slapping.
Cet arc de triomphe sur ce podium protocolaire, les marches du Tour, les moniteurs de l'école du ski français, les monitrices repartent ski en main en direction des coulisses.
It's a little hectic down there in the media scrum.
Une belle équipe donc qui rappelle qu'il y a entre ski et vélo, bien sûr beaucoup de points communs. La montagne en étant un dénominateur commun, car les skieurs aiment faire du vélo pour entretenir la forme et bien sûr pour se faire plaisir. Et dans quelques
Next up will be the white jersey for the best young rider, then the most competitive, followed by the yellow jersey. Adam Yates in just his second Tour de France, 4th overall, but even more importantly, he gets the white jersey as the best young rider.
Le meilleur jeune coureur de moins de 26 ans, mieux placé au général de ce Tour de France 2016, eh bien c'est Adam Yates du
For riders born after the 1st of January 1991, so he's still got another year in this competition.
En présence de Fabien Hamès, président des Opticiens Chris Group, avec bien sûr
Played down his ambitions coming into the race, told us it was a stage that he was after.
le bouquet de fleurs.
Well, he's gone even better.
L'un des principaux héros de cette édition numéro 103 de ce Tour de France. Merci à Sir Julian King, ambassadeur du Royaume-Uni, à Fabien Hamès, président des Opticiens Chris, et bravo à Adam Yates donc pour ce maillot blanc.
He has marked himself as a future contender for yellow. And they're not just simply my words. Dave Brailsford, the manager of Team Sky, not the team of Adam Yates, he has also made that statement. And appreciating a little bit of cycling history, saying farewell to Bernard Hinault.
Cette année sur les Champs-Élysées, bien sûr en présence d'une foule nombreuse, mesdames, mesdemoiselles, messieurs, maintenant, dans quelques instants, nous allons attendre un petit peu. Voilà, nous allons donc passer à la suite.
The view over the top of the Louvre and the gardens that run out through it. There's some nice little spots where you can grab a bite to eat in those gardens, or take your own picnic. A gorgeous part of the world. Now the most combative, decided by a jury, and it is Peter Sagan.
Et on va donc l'accueillir dans quelques dizaines de secondes. Voilà, mesdames, mesdemoiselles, messieurs. Maintenant, remise du prix du super combatif, la combativité parrainée par Antargaz.
And the world champion, he does deserve this prize. I thought he deserved it last year. And although it was his teammate Rafael Marko who spent more kilometres off the front, Peter Sagan's aggression, his attacks were at crucial moments. They were stage-winning moves, or they were moves that really influenced the outcome of the race. And that is precisely why he gets the prize as the most combative in this year's tour.
Récompensé par Marek Estok, ambassadeur de la République slovaque, et également par Anne-Laure Cornil, responsable marketing opérationnel et sponsoring chez Antargaz. Le trophée Antargaz, bien sûr, le bouquet de fleurs, les applaudissements du public.
And the Minister for Agriculture from Slovakia is also on the podium there with him, so that's nice. More representatives from Slovakia to share the moment with Peter Sagan, who wants to get the Mexican wave going. He's still being combative.
Voilà, scandé le nom de Peter Sagan. Peter Sagan, bravo à lui, merci à Marek Estok, ambassadeur de la République slovaque, et merci également à Anne-Laure Cornil, responsable de marketing opérationnel et sponsoring d'Antargaz.
Next up is the biggest one of all, the yellow jersey.
Merci beaucoup et bravo à Peter Sagan, également l'un de ceux qui nous auront fait rêver et qui nous auront vraiment donné beaucoup de plaisir sur les routes de ce Tour de France en cette année 2016, donc 103e édition et 113e anniversaire pour la grande course.
Well, he knows what it's all about, Chris Froome, but I'm sure that he won't tire of it. He's been here twice before, the third time, the most convincing win that he's had. More than a 4-minute buffer coming into today's stage, 4:05 ahead of Romain Bardet, and he was never really challenged. Sacré-Cœur up on the hill. It's Chris Froome, though, who's the top of the pile at the Tour de France.
C'est sa troisième victoire sur le Tour de France. Christopher Froome, le leader de l'équipe Sky. Le Britannique Froome qui va recevoir le maillot jaune de leader au classement général des mains de Laurent Fromageau, directeur du développement des marchés et réseau retail LCL, en présence d'Anne Hidalgo, maire de Paris, les hôtesses LCL bien sûr.
Any yellow jersey at the Tour de France must feel good, but this one, just a little better. In fact, they don't come any better than this one. If you can only wear the yellow jersey for one day, this is the time to collect it. Look at that smile. There's been a little bit of restraint on the podium up until this point, but there is no racing tomorrow. There's just reflection on what has been accomplished. He is an enormous champion. Joins the elite as a 3-time winner. You join the elite as a 1-time winner. But that club that you belong to becomes even more select when you've won it 3 times.
Le champion britannique, c'est même lui qui l'aidait à mettre ce beau maillot qu'il garde de façon définitive pour cette édition 2016. Dans quelques instants, la suite de notre protocole. Nous aurons
Next up, we'll be bringing the top 3 finishers from the overall classification. And we'll get a chance to hear the national anthem of Great Britain. It seems so calm on a Sunday when the Tour de France comes into town. The traffic disappears and the bikes take over. Big moment for Romain Bardet. Look at that anticipation. This is his first time on the podium. Soak it in, Romain. You deserve it.
Christopher Froome, Romain Bardet et Nairo Alexander Quintana.
Quintana's been here before. He's been in second, he's third this time. Froome has been here before, but for Bardet it's a first.
Eh bien, l'hymne officiel du Royaume-Uni, je vous invite à vous lever, à faire silence. On va écouter l'hymne officiel, bien sûr, du Royaume-Uni en faveur et en l'honneur de Christopher Froome pour ce Tour de France 2016.
And now for the national anthem of Great Britain.